Okay, I was about to go off. Just give me 1 second. Okay, so like I mentioned when I also was doing a war table thing. When I was streaming this last time, I learned I will be able to wrap this up probably in 2 more streams. So this week and next week, like this episode and then the next episode. Because with this one, I can do the the Deep Roads quest, and then I can do um the actual final quest of the game. But before then, like I said, I was just wrapping up some war table missions and starting ones that I apparently missed earlier. Okay, so yeah, so that costs 0 because it's like the final mission. I mean, if there's some extra stuff I can do later. Oh, I haven't even done that. Oh, here it is. Disaster in the Deep Roads. So the Inquisition has received an urgent request for aid from Orzammar, a subterranean earthquake, or subterran, whatever that is. Collapsed one of the Illyrian mines and endangered several others. Even worse, tunnel seals preventing Darkspawn from overrunning the dwarven occupied deep roads have crumbled, allowing hordes of the enemy to invade. Orzammar is a key provider of the Inquisition's area of supplies, and as such, its security is a top priority. The earthquake opened a fissure in the Storm Coast mountains, granting direct access from the surface to the threatened region underground. Constructing a mining lift at the fissure site will permit the Inquisition to transport forces directly to where Darkspawn fighting is fiercest. Excuse me. So now we figured, well, when I figured now we gotta maybe try to start training our dog in German commands, because we got him from a colony of Hutterites, which, if you don't know what those are like, if you think of, they use a lot more, they're more advanced, I guess, versions of the Amish people from America, essentially. And they speak, their native tongue is German. So we figured, yeah, the guy we got the dog from was speaking to us in English when we got the dog, but they probably taught him commands and talked to the dog in German. So now, that's kind of what we're gonna start doing. And then that way people do. I mean, on the plus side, we're part German anyways, so it seems fine regardless.
Well, that's why I knew certain German words, but no dog training. Well, 9.
Well, 9. Of course, everyone knows 9 and yaw. Or jaw. Everyone knows those words, right? Because that's yes and no, right? Then we learned, like, stop. Stop is stop. And I'm like, well, you know what? That seems fine. Zits and stop. It's like, well, sometimes I just say stop because I'm an idiot.
What?
And I know it's not just because he's a German Shepherd that we're teaching him tricks in German.
Nothing to do with it. We could have got a frickin' schnauzer from him. I guess that's a German dog too, isn't it?
We could have gotten a poodle.
Poodle, and it would have known German because they don't speak English unless they're speaking to non-Germans.
They speak English outside of their colony.
Like the Pennsylvania Dutch only speak English when they're not around other people. Speak Pennsylvania Dutch.
Exactly. So yeah, think of Hutterites as a more kind of advanced Amish.
Inquisitor, the workers are almost done building a lift to the deep roads. No darkspawn trouble yet, but
he's wearing a stripy shirt.
Brutal.
I was told to meet a shape of Volta.
She's waiting below. You won't see an Orzammar dwarf on the surface. They have rules about that.
He's wearing a stripy shirt.
Okay, let's see it. Google will tell me it.
How many quakes have there been since you arrived?
At least 3 big rumblers. And the aftershocks are nothing to sneeze at. My feet miss solid ground.
Josephine's report mentioned several lyrium mines were damaged by the quakes.
You'll see what's left of this one on your way down. From what I hear, the other mines are barely holding together.
There are 4,600 colonies in Saskatchewan alone.
I mean, that makes sense, given we're farming and ranching.
It's hardly the time for a lyrium shortage. Orzamar's mines need all the
Ranching.
protection they can get.
I'd offer to go with you, but someone should keep watch. Plus, I could use the sun if this storm ever clears. The lift's ready for you.
Yeah, the more you know. I mentioned that's where we got our dog from.
Try not to shift around, and keep back from the edge. It's a long way down.
Whee!
Is it me, or is this the slowest lift ever constructed?
It's better than climbing down.
I could do with some music. Something with a flute.
Always wondered if I'd die down here.
You're not dead yet.
The day's just starting.
Palms calloused, clutching, clawing when the dust came.
The miners.
The stones were angry. I didn't think stones got angry.
Your names will not be forgotten.
You must be Shaper Volta.
He's not
A
being
trust
dick.
Vala, Inquisitor.
They
The Shaper it
spoke
welcomes
in
you to the
German
deep
for 8
roads.
months.
Yeah, you know, something that you tend to do when you're growing up around here is I went on a field trip growing up, a lot of kids do, where they took us to a Hutterite colony.
Well, it's
And
fascinating.
no, it isn't. See, they weren't even super technologically advanced back then, because this was, well, I was born in the 90s.
Well, they have
So-
one phone.
Well, no, like, I mean, like, back when I went, they didn't even have a phone.
Well, each colony has one phone.
No, like, they didn't
and it's
have,
used for businesses.
no, like, they didn't even have a phone at the colony I went to.
Usually they have one landline
No, they didn't even have one when I was, the colony I went to didn't even have a phone.
for business.
They operated via letters.
Oh, much like, please contain your wildfire smoke from your billions of acres of forest that you don't
Yeah.
tend well enough.
And then meanwhile, you get people running Wisconsin and Minnesota saying, you guys need to contain your wildfires because the smoke's bothering people in America. Oh, I'm sorry, because they're not bothering us here.
And they're acting like we have a
What does a
tiny
shaper do
patch of
exactly?
forest.
We
Also,
chronicle the life and times of
also
our
they're
people.
telling us
Your historian.
the reason for our fires,
Also science
bad
and
forest
genealogists.
management.
Shapers
90%
preserve
of the
knowledge
fires
in
aren't even
memories,
forest fires, they're
archive in
wildfires. There's a
Orzammar.
difference.
We record memories in lyrium to ensure they never fade.
Also,
We must be meticulous in every detail.
There's more of
40-some percent of Canada.
There's almost as,
More than that is
I was gonna say there's more.
forest.
Just let me
You
double
look
check.
as though you're hiding from something.
Like we literally
As a
have
citizen of
billions
Orzammar, even a
I see.
glimpse of your sky could cost me my position and render me castless.
Well, the whole top half of the province we live in can't even frickin' drive there.
How much of Canada's covered in forest? 40%.
Yeah, 40%. And it's a big ass 40%.
40% is almost half of our country is filled with forests.
It's approximately 10 million square miles. Is the
My ambassador briefed me, but now I
So
hear
then think
there
of
are
it this
still
way.
more quakes.
If we have 40%
Each
of
new
our
tremor
province
opens
covered
another
in
fissure in the deep
forests,
roads.
we know
Our
how to
situation has
manage
worsened
forests.
Since we contacted Skyhold.
But once they get struck by lightning and
The
start
quakes
on
collapsed
fire,
this mine
Exactly.
and shattered a seal, keeping the
which,
darkspawn
by
at
the way,
bay.
is the main
The Legion of the Dead hasn't been able to mend the broken seal, and we
I can
can't
tell you
afford
is
to lose any more
90% of the
lyrium.
fires in Saskatchewan are wildfires. Not
We
any.
don't have a whole lot of trees in this park.
Well, the thing is that the fires are up. None of the. Oh, okay.
I guess even up north they
So,
get
so let
wildfires.
let me put it this way. The amount of fires in Saskatchewan, I think 4 of them were started in Saskatchewan. The rest were started in Alberta and Winnipeg. And we have, last I remember, we had about 27 fires here.
Orzammar deals with
But
darkspawn all the time.
bad forest
Why
management's what's
request the
causing the
Inquisition's help?
fires.
The Legion isn't prepared for this level of disaster. And the Grey
Because
Wardens
Canada
haven't
doesn't know
answered our
how
calls
to
for
handle
aid.
forests. Because
Any threat to the
40% of
flow
our country's
lyrium
covered in
requires
it.
Immediate response. The Inquisition is the only force we can rely upon.
Exactly. Fucking stupid ass fucking Wisconsin and Minnesota people. The governors of Wisconsin, Minnesota, and some higher ups there, I guess.
I guess if they are
The
thinking
Inquisition stands ready to aid
the
Orzammar.
prairies
Without a steady lyrium supply,
Which
things on the surface will get even
look
worse.
more like Wisconsin.
Maybe, but they're saying it's all forest fires. That's BC that's got mostly forest fires. BC and Alberta have more forest fires.
Apologies for pushing you. I fear the damage that tremor caused. Follow me to the Legion camp.
Yeah, but there's not a lot of fires in the territories.
No, but that's where our forests are.
Yeah.
The territories and up way up north.
Yeah.
Unless you're in Ontario or British Columbia or Prince Edward Island, where it's more
Well, yeah,
mainland.
because, when there's forest fires in Canada, they are in primarily British Columbia and Alberta. Primarily. And,
Where the mountains are.
well, exactly. And Northwest Territories and the Yukon have a decent amount of forest fires too because they're attached to British Columbia and Alberta.
Sitting pretty in the middle of all that forested mountains is Alaska.
Exactly. So that's where our forest fires are. There's forests all over Canada, clearly, because 40% of our country is covered in forests. But those are like the primary forests. Saskatchewan and Manitoba, where the worst of the fires are not... Where the fires are aren't even where most of the trees are. It's the northern parts of our provinces that have the trees. The southern parts don't have as much trees, which is where I live. Not super close to the border, but not super far away from the border. I live about, I don't know,
3 hours.
what's the distance? You know what, I'm going to double check. I'm not
I
saying,
think we cross into Montana or North Montana.
we cross into Montana. From where, I'm not saying where I live specifically, but from where I live to the U.S. border is... Distance by car is 3.5 hours.
But anywhere in our province, if you cross the border, you're going to cross into Montana, I believe.
No, yeah, it's Montana. It
Like
takes...
in Ontario, you cross into Michigan.
Yeah.
Quebec, you cross into, I think it's Vermont.
I don't know. But let me put it...
British Columbia, it's Alaska or Washington.
But let me put it this way. It would take less time for my mom and I to drive to the U.S. than it would be to drive to the capital city of Alberta, which is the next province over from where we are. That takes just about 6 hours.
It takes almost 24 hours to drive where your sister lives, which is there is one province separating where we are and where your sister lives.
Yep.
And it's an entire day's drive.
Yeah, like I was saying, from here to the U.S. border, it's 3.5 hours. And from here to the capital city of the next province over is just under 6 hours. And to get from where I live to where my sister lives, which, by the way, getting from where I live to where my brother lives is also about 3.5 hours.
And he's in Saskatchewan.
And he's in Saskatchewan. Like, he's 3.5 hours away from where I live in the same bloody province. And then from where I live to where my sister lives in British Columbia, which is in
Vancouver Island.
Nanaimo, There's a 2-hour ferry ride, but if you count the ferry ride, it's 24 hours from where I live to where she lives. And we're in the same country. Meanwhile, it takes 3.5 hours. If I had a relative who lived in Montana, it'd be quicker for me to go see them than it would be for me to go see my sister or my brother. Exactly. Which, again, well, she drove when she was moving, but that's because they had a lot of stuff when we did. But my brother lives 3.5 hours away, and he lives in the same province. And before that, where I lived before I moved here, he was 4 hours away from where I lived. But now I live 30 minutes closer to him. And that's not why I moved here, but I'm 30 minutes closer to him than I was before. Yes. Also read the census. The population of the town I live in is just over 800. Meanwhile, small town US is about 16,000 people. Where I live has like 800 people in it. Possible. There might actually be a little less than that. Like, that's insane. That's what they counted for in the census of 2024. There's probably more in 2025. A bunch of people bought houses here last year. When I moved here, there was 16 houses for sale, and now there's 2. In less than a year. They've sold 14 houses. And an acreage. Just outside. I'll just put that into the minds of people who don't know how big Canada actually is. Oh god, no one is in population density, because we can't live half of the province.
No! Well, it's distracted!
My aunt lives extremely close to me. My aunt and one of her kids, one of her cousins. They literally live like 2 hours away from where there's no more habitable land. She lives 8 hours away from where I am. That's why I don't see her very often. I'm not gonna say where she lives, but she lives very close to the uninhabitable part of the province. Excuse me. And then when I flew to the States, I flew out of Saskatoon, and that was an hour and a half from Saskatoon to, I think it was Calgary. And then that was an hour and a half. And then from Calgary to Toronto was 6 hours. Which, by the way, if you look at geographically, there's Saskatchewan, and then you go to the left was Alberta. But then I had to fly right back over Saskatchewan, Manitoba to get to Ontario. But anyways, that was 6 hours. And then the flight from Toronto to the States was about 5.5 hours. And then the flight from the States back to Toronto was again 5.5 hours. But they didn't have a connecting flight from Toronto to Calgary, so I had to go directly from Toronto to Saskatoon, which was about, I think it was like 5 hours or something.
I think Quebec is our biggest province.
Quebec? I actually don't know. I know Prince Edward Island's our smallest. What is the largest?
I didn't fit the name of the province on the province.
I mean, to be fair, that province is literally like the size of my...
Yeah, well, if the map is big enough, it's on this map. It actually says Saskatchewan. Contained in Saskatchewan, not on an angle. Normally they have to write it on an angle.
Huh. Quebec, Ontario, British Columbia, Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Newfoundland, Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, then PEI.
We're bigger than Manitoba.
By about 38,000 square kilometers. So not by much. And then between Alberta and British Columbia, which is 4th and 3rd, Alberta's 661,000, British Columbia's 944,000.
Is that including
That's
Vancouver Island?
That's everything. And then Prince Edward Island is 5,600. We're barely bigger than Manitoba. Okay. But more, you can actually live in every single area of Manitoba. You can't live in half of this one. You can actually live in most of Manitoba. You can't live in a bunch of Nunavut, and you can't live in a bunch of Saskatchewan.
Although, I'm pretty sure Manitoba has our highest indigenous.
Yes, it does. It has a very large indigenous population. Because the leader of Manitoba is actually indigenous. And their premier is indigenous. Yes, he is. The leader of their province is First Nations. Oopsies. Oopsies. There we go. Ours is not. Ours is just a crotchety old white dude. Shame.
Going white guy.
Who's
Probably
n-
pretty rich.
Yeah, and I was saying, in my game Dying Light 2, there's a lady who named her kids Scott and Mo. Literally, her kids' names are Scott and Mo. And I was like, my premier's name is Scott Mo. And every time she says Scott and Mo, I'm like, well, what?
I don't want to talk to her premier.
No.
I will never get
As soon as she said my
these
kids
dark
Scott and
spots.
Mo, I was like,
They
you've
corrupt
got to be
everything.
joking me.
Even the air. That's the broken seal ahead. It is worse than
Yeah,
I
but
thought.
he is a dick. But most leaders are. That's why I like Manitoba. But then I'd have to live there. I don't know how old ours is. I'll let the cutscene try.
Get those charges to
The leader of our province is... And Manitoba's, he was born December 31st. It's 43. Or 44.
Someone prime the sonic fuses!
We can't lose this position! Hurry!
Can't set the charges with those bastards breathing down our necks!
Clear out the dark spawn!
That's got him on the heel! Keep it up! The seal's clear! Prime the charges!
Now! Set the charges!
Yum, yum.
Inquisitor, meet Lieutenant Wren, a veteran of the 5th Flight and one of the Legion's finest commanders.
Someone paid her to say that. Appreciate the help, Inquisitor. Collapsing that seal bought us time. Blighters had the run of these tunnels for days. Now they have a roadblock.
I get the impression you two have known each other a while.
Yeah. The Shaper had sent her to
Oh,
dig
this
up some
float's
relics.
delicious.
Asked me to keep her out of trouble. That was 3 years ago.
Cream soda
You can quit
and
anytime.
vanilla ice cream float.
Not when we still have things to fight about.
How many deep roads are there? How deep do they go?
They'll take you from one side of Thetis to the other, if you have a death wish.
The roads once connected dwarven cities that were hundreds of miles apart. Then came the Darkspawn. Ren and I have been exploring this region, reclaiming it, but the work is slow.
Mark the map, fight an army. Mark the map, fall in a hole. And so on.
Do you wanna know what's funny? Is I open the, because we got lactose-free ice cream, so I can, you know, have a float without it killing my stomach. And clearly nobody buys the lactose-free stuff, because when I opened it, it was like frosted over ice cream. Like when you open it, and something's like kind of frostbitten, and it's got like the extra like layer of frost on it. No, that's fine, because it actually made it easier for me to scoop it out.
The Legion of the Dead has the Inquisition's full support.
So by the
That's
time it
best
gets
news
into
I've
your
heard
float,
since
it
the
doesn't
quakes
matter.
began. Actually,
And do you know what I can
The
tell
only
you?
good
It tastes
news.
exactly like regular vanilla ice cream. People are, ooh, lactose-free is gross. I can't tell the difference between this and lactose-free ice cream. This and not lactose-free.
take cover!
You heard that, yes? The rhythm in the tremors? It's clearer, stronger, more insistent.
I hear it. Doesn't prove a thing.
These quakes are not a natural disaster. They're deliberate. There's an intelligence behind them.
If something is causing them, the strength required would be incredible. What could do that?
Here we go.
I found an ancient text during an expedition with Ren last year. At the time, it was just a curiosity, but now... The text describes giant creatures, called Titans, living deep underground.
Oh boy, the
They
Titans.
sing in the stone, shaping it. When these quakes began, I believe we heard that rhythm.
Poor dog sounds like
I
he's dying
believe
in
a
there.
Titan is causing all this destruction.
Whenever I hear the word Titan, I just think of Attack on Titan. Huh.
Mysterious songs often lure people to their deaths. Or to an archdemon.
This rhythm isn't a song, exactly. It sounds like air flowing through lungs.
Air that can collapse a whole mine.
Dangerous then. But a magic unique to the deep roads might be worth investigating.
We'll be prepared to hear the word Titans a lot in the next
In my
game.
experience, no explanation is too strange to consider.
For all we know, that text you found was a bedtime story. We can't be sure until we find the source.
The rhythm I sense in the quakes is
What time
emanating
when we
from
kick
somewhere
their
far
asses?
below. The stone will lead us there.
And if it comes to a fight, that'll be our job. There's a lift at the side passage nearby. Ready when you are.
Use the expedition table to complete unique Inquisition operations called expeditions found in this area of the deep roads. Expeditions do not appear in the war table and Skyhold.
For a man his size, ain't it already?
Huh. Look at him move. Oh yeah, I need Cullen for those. Shoot, and I sent Cullen on a mission. The one time I remember to send everyone on a mission, and it turns out I shouldn't have. I would do that. Okay, I think this is Dwarven only. Yep. Which means only if you specifically are a dwarf, because your one Dwarven companion is a warrior. Or a rogue. Because guess what? You get a rogue in the first one. Or a warrior, a dwarf, sorry, in the first one. He's a warrior. And then in Awakening, you get a dwarf who's a rogue. And then 2, a rogue dwarf. Inquisition, a rogue dwarf. And Veilguard, a rogue dwarf. You get 1 Dwarven companion who's a warrior. The rest are all rogues. And that is Ogren. That is literally the only dwarf companion you get that is not a rogue. The rest are all... I was like... thinking about it, and I'm like, huh. Yeah. At least with the... And again, you don't get anything but warrior Quinaris. But that's different because you only get Quinaris in 2 of the games as opposed to... or 3 of the games, sorry, as opposed to the other races.
I hope we don't run into an emissary.
Would have been nice to get a rogue one.
Now we definitely will.
I take it emissaries are bad.
Most Darkspawn are mindless killing machines, connected by the Blight. But emissaries are intelligent. And use magic.
Oh no. On the plus side, who needs an energy drink when you got a float? Oof. That's keeping me awake. I'll turn on the dishwasher after, though, because the float is kind of messy. I can't keep drinking it so fast, though, because it's actually causing my stomach to be very mad at me. It's like, bitch, slow down. But it's tasty.
Shrieks. It had to be shrieks.
I love the shrieks.
I thought
The
you'd be
shrieks
used
look
to all
really
kinds
cool.
of stuff.
Got their favorites.
I love the shrieks. If we could, like he said, everyone's got their favorites, the Darkspawn. My favorites are the shrieks. Because in Veilguard, they only have they have like the ghouls and the hurlocks. Ghouls, hurlocks, ogres. And they got a couple other like special ones, but they don't have genlocks and they don't have the shrieks or anything like that in Veilguard. But there's a reason for that, so I'll let it slide. I love that card. That's one of my favorite tarot card designs. I'm gonna check the shrieks in a second. What other letter? Nice. Creatures. These are my favorite Darkspawn, is the shrieks. Tarquin? Like, from Veilguard? No, I'm kidding. Oh, I think it actually is. I think it actually is Tarquin. Maybe. Or just some dude who happens to have the same name as the Tarquin from Veilguard. I think it's just a guy that happens to have the same name. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's a different one. Still, though. Didn't he say there's also emissaries? Oh wait, not yet. Where's the other enemy type? It's bothering me that that star is still there, but I don't know where the star is coming from. Because I think, like, the lore, or at least from the first 2 games, maybe, at least the first one for sure, there's, like, kind of like the lore of, like, the brood mothers taking in specific races that became specific types of darkspawn, like Hurlocks were humans, Genlocks were dwarves, Shrieks were elves, and Ogres were Quinari. I don't know if that's how it really even is anymore, or if that was ever really a thing, or it's just something they just kind of threw in there, just so people had an idea.
This belonged to an exiled dwarf. He was experimenting with raw lyrium.
Unless I might be misremembering that, that's just what I recall. Or seems the most logical. Just not surprising that they wound up making Hurlocks the most common darkspawn to appear in all the games. Because even in Dragon Age 2, you mostly run into Hurlocks, and in this game you run into actually a good mix of them. But darkspawn are only really in that little bit on the Storm Coast and this bit here. But on the surface it's all Hurlocks. And then in Veilguard, there's no Genlocks
There's
at
something
all.
strange about it. Looks like our construction, but...
Hurlocks,
missing
ghouls,
gears.
and
We have to find them. It's our only way through.
ogres. Make sure I'm not missing any gears here. Okay, yeah, I thought there was one right around here.
That gear will fit the door. Keep an eye out for others.
Here it is. And then they got him again if there's like everything everything. Cole died again. Cole stopped dying. Just find it funny that
This gear is warm to the touch.
Oh,
Strange.
I don't recognize that metal. But we should only need one more.
in like Origins they had like emissaries of specific Hurlock emissaries and Genlock or Genlock or whatever emissaries, and then in this game they're just Darkspawn emissaries. I like this card though. And now emissaries are just a specific, essentially, type of Darkspawn, as opposed to just magic using Hurlocks and Genlocks. Which, in retrospect, doesn't make sense. Because when you think about it, Genlocks are supposed to kind of be a creation via Broodmothers to Dwarves. It doesn't make sense. I mean, maybe the Darkspawn stuff doesn't play into it here. Puzzles. That's what that is.
Ren, I'm sorry about Bernat. You served with him a long time.
It was quick. And Bernat returned to the stone with honor. We should all be so lucky.
It's all right to be upset.
I'm too old to be upset.
I'm too old to be upset, he says. If that's the case, then we're all screwed. I can never remember, is it all supposed to go in the middle or is it supposed to go on the end? So I'll try putting them on the end, the middle bit, and then the end bit first. it. I think it's supposed to be on the end bit. Yeah. Dang it. I have to deal with this motion sickness, you guys have to deal with it too. Wait, no, that can go there. This can go here. This can go here. This here. This here. This here. Big brain plays.
Only a lyrium-addled mind would hide secrets behind such madness.
Haha. I can never remember if it's supposed to be all built in the middle or the far right, and clearly I just keep getting that mixed up. It's the far right. But I did it! Hooray! And what did we get out of it? We got some stuff to sell and superb potions built. I need that. And then dwarven plate, dwarven statuette, and dwarven vase. Okay, I don't need that either. Excuse me.
We have enough of these odd gears. Let's head back to the door.
Okay. So I've only opened all these doors a single time. I do not want to do it again.
It's open. Keep any gears we find. We may need more. And if we don't...
So yeah,
I
when
want to
I'm done
study them.
streaming,
Whatever they're made of wasn't mine down here.
I wasn't sure, 100% sure whether or not I'd get this game done next week or the week after, but because of how close I actually am to the end, I should theoretically be able to finish Trespasser, but I might have to switch to Dragon Age so I can start the stream earlier, as opposed to trying to bypass the week one early. So I might switch Dragon Age to Tuesday instead of Monday. Which would be weird, but I'm willing to do it. So then, Inquisition will be done next week regardless. Which seems kind of sad, because I don't really remember when I started streaming this game. Beginning of June. I was saying, yeah, it's like a 70-hour game, and it usually is if you do a lot more of the side stuff. This character, I haven't been doing a lot of the side stuff with him. Or at least not as much as I usually do. Like, I haven't hunted, like, any dragons or anything. Which I usually do. When did I start streaming this game, actually? Let me check. Inquisition's first stream was... June 9th. Aw, man, if I could have finished it today, it would have been exactly a month. Oh well. No worries. So, Inquisition should theoretically be done on the 15th? Yeah, the 15th. So again, I'll be switching Inquisition stream date to the 15th so I can start it earlier.
The The rhythm
In
is
case
a tremor.
trespasser takes
It
a
echoes
while.
through the stone. This way.
Ow. And then I might switch my streaming Dying Light 2 twice in a week to streaming Veilguard instead. So it'd be Dying Light 2 on Monday, Dragon Age on Tuesday, and then
Another
Veilguard
strange
on
door.
Wednesday,
Who put these here?
and then
And
Pokemon
why?
game on Thursday.
This one uses a different kind of gear from the others.
We don't have to open it. My stone sense leads the other way. Though I am curious to see the other side.
That's
always
just
are.
kind of my plan. So I'll still be streaming Dragon Age twice in a week, but it won't be the same Dragon Age game. And then for Veilguard, that will only be a once a week thing. Again, if I didn't do the every other week streaming this twice in a week, I would be streaming it till definitely the beginning of August. Most definitely. And I'm playing through Veilguard on the PC right now, but I have 2 characters started, and I'm at the point where I started the
scar on your
romance
nose
with
is new.
Lucanus in one file and Emmerich in the other.
Fell out of bed.
You sleep on the ground.
Surprised me
And you
too.
need to get just over halfway through the story to be able to actually start your romances in that one. So I'm about halfway through the game with both those characters. And they're both at about 30 hours. One's just under, one's just over. The only reason one character's just over 30 hours, or just under, sorry, is because I've been skipping dialogue with that character. You know, I'm gonna be starting to stream this game soon, so I don't want to sit through all the dialogue and sit through all of it again within a couple weeks. With a character that has a background as a Morn Watcher, so... I'm stuck. I am literally stuck. Maybe once I get a second monitor set back up, I will use Stream Dragon Age to do my PC, as opposed to console. Or try to do an all achievements run for Veilguard on PlayStation. Again, the only console I have all the achievements is this one. Yeah, the character I'm going through, the one Veilguard that I gotten through where I'm romancing Lucanus, I'm a warden. But my other character with Emmerich is a Morn Watcher, so I don't want to go through 2 Morn Watcher characters in a row while listening to all the dialogue. Where that bit's all going to be the same. But there's the one big decision you have to make right at the start. Like, you recruit, you get your first 3 characters, then you get Lucanus and Davrin, and then there's this big decision you have to make that alters a huge chunk of the story. For certain characters, I should say. And one file has the one choice and one file has the other one. And that's about the biggest difference. Aside from romancing Emmerich, obviously. And it's the first time in a long time I've gotten this far with a warrior character in that game. Because I know, as shocking as this may sound, my least played through class in these games is warrior. I play through rogues a decent chunk of times, and mages is usually what I default to. Meanwhile, warriors I occasionally go through.
This Grey Warden had a map. Could be important.
My one character that initially romanced Emmerich was a rogue. But then I had a character who was a dwarf, because, you know, dwarves can't be mages in this game. I didn't want another rogue. So, I wanted to beat Veilguard with every race, so I could say I've beaten it with every race. I had, my first character was an elf, mage, shocking. Next character was a Quinari rogue. And then... a dwarf warrior, and then I had a human mage. Because if I'm gonna be a generic-ass boring human, I at least want to be able to use magic. And that was kind of my thing. I told my sister, I said, I went through as a human, but only as a mage, because humans are boring, so I want to add some flair to being a human. On top of the fact that being human is boring. I don't mind companions being human, clearly. My favorite companions in every game but one are humans. The only game where my favorite companion is actually not a human is Origins.
Kill Darkspawn like you've been doing it your whole life, Inquisitor.
He means that as a compliment.
You're famous. Even down here. Is it true you killed a dragon?
You haven't lived till you felt their wings pulling you in.
I can't even imagine. Tell me about their teeth. I've heard they don't all breathe fire, and their scales have different colors and patterns.
Careful, Ren. I believe you're drooling.
Huh. Yeah, and there's only the 3 male companions to romance, and technically there's only 3 female, because Tasha is non-binary. But then the only romance I repeated was Goddess. Oops. Ah well. I've seen all the romances, I just haven't done it. Unlike Inquisition, I'm not as invested in going through and romancing all the companions. Because I don't care enough about Harding to go through her romance. My sister went through Tasha's, so I can say we've been through Tasha's. And then the other 2 I just haven't gone through yet. And I may in the future, but probably not. I've gone through Lucanus's, Emmerich's, and Davrin's. And that's good enough. Just imagine you can romance one person in each race. It's the only game where you can romance a dwarf. Here's that one. You stupid archers, get out of here. Stop. Oh god. And then I was thinking that after I was done going through Dragon Age, I might go through Mass Effect. And by Mass Effect, I mean Andromeda, because that's not a game in the series. So I might actually consider getting that on the PC if it's on. Just trying to stream that on the PC. Andromeda I can stream on the Xbox if it's on sale. But down on my PlayStation here, so I only have Mass Effect Trilogy on the PlayStation. Like the Legendary one. I'll initiate this cutscene and then I'll go check. Because there's a cutscene.
There's nothing left of them. Can't even tell who they were.
I'm sorry, Ren.
You join the Legion knowing you're already dead. You don't fear the killing blow. We rest in the stone and pass our strength back to her. That's our reward. But the Darkspawn defiled these soldiers. They can't return to the stone. They'd only weaken her.
Okay, it is on sale.
We'll make the Darkspawn pay for what they've done.
I've killed so many. But every time I stare into their black eyes, I know one day I won't be quick enough.
Stop it.
It's the truth, Volta. I'm going to die down
I
here.
got there, it's my birth date for Mass Effect
I only
Legendary
hope it
Edition,
won't
but
be like
not
this.
We'll burn the remains.
Andromeda.
Honor them with the flame.
So, my estimated total buying Mass Effect Legendary Edition and Mass Effect Andromeda is $21.07 for both games. Well, fuck it. I won't install them though, because actually I probably should just install them. So I just bought, technically, oh, the cord fell down. It's over there somewhere. I went to go unplug something earlier and it all just kind of tumbled down.
I forgot. I entered Twitch, I was watching.
That's okay.
I'll watch videos over here.
Thank you for your purchase. There, I just bought technically 4 games, if you want to consider it 4 games, for $21. But I gotta save up now because I gotta save the money for Dying Like the Beast. Okay. Lovely, okay. I'll install the games later. Because I was going to say I'll install the games, but I should probably actually wait to install them. There we go. Okay. There. That way I can romance Kaden in all the games too. Because if I don't... A lot of the times, I don't romance anyone in Mass Effect 1. And unless I'm playing FemShip, which I have done. I know, as shocking as that sounds. I don't romance anyone in 2 either. So if I mod it, I can actually romance consistently through all 3 games. And in Andromeda. Okay, well, all the things that I could have looted, I thought, okay, well, that sucks. I didn't realize that the loot disappeared after you initiated the cutscene. Well, that's unfortunate. Anyways, I own all the Dragon Age games and all the Mass Effect games on Steam now. I'm gonna have to check out mods for Mass Effect after. Okay. Mass Effect is always more of my sister's thing, but... I do love Mass Effect. I've played all 4 games from start to finish multiple times, but it's no
Look at
Dragon
that,
Age.
Ren. Could this be Ty Gendron?
Darkspawn all over it. You can see their torches.
Even Darkspawn appreciate a little mood lighting.
We're getting close to something.
Aye. The fight of our lives.
Yeah, so Mass Effect is always more my sister's thing, and Dragon Age is always more my thing. yeah, I can say for something, absolute certainty, that my sister can say that I've beaten Andromeda, and she has not. Just a, I don't know, guess not, it's not a true Mass Effect game or something, I don't know. I don't know, like, 6:15. We'll probably...
Keep your mouth closed when fighting Darkspawn. Your blood's poison.
Oh. Oh. Apparently my character's not saying anything. When did that autosave? 6:01? Okay, that should be fine. I don't want to miss that dialogue. I just was looking away from the screen for like 5 seconds. Check on my timestamps. Literally, I was checking my timestamps and it was like, nope. Okay. Because this is fun dialogue and I missed it.
Keep your mouth closed when fighting Darkspawn. Your blood's poison.
Lovely creatures.
There we go.
There was this Carter boy, Vaughn, who joined the Legion around the same time I did. Fast with daggers. Could poke 50 holes in a Hurlock before the Blighter knew what happened. Daggers are messy. Vaughn swallowed some spatter. Took him 3 days to die.
Lovely. I'm just gonna go put my cup in the dishwasher and start it up now that I'm done my float. Then earlier we cleaned up the house and mopped the floor and then dumped out the bucket of mop water, and there was so much dog hair that it clogged the kitchen sink. It's a good thing we had Drano already. The last time our sink got clogged.
Lost a good soldier in the roads once.
Last time was
Fell down
just
a
because of
hole.
food, though.
Found her 3 days later.
He loves this story.
She spent a whole day telling us all the strange things she saw while lost. A golden
Kiki wants to
longboat
snuggle.
floating in the air. Packs of hairless children hunting nugs.
Arian.
A giant skeleton on a throne.
Was it true?
Never found out. She woke up the next day.
Karian.
Couldn't remember any of it.
Karian really appreciates the dog being in his crate because she likes to lay on people. Karian is the only cat I've had since Jasper died back in like 2018. She's been the only consistent cat to lay on us in the last 8 years or 7 years. HO never lays on people. Baby never lays on people. Lucarian, however, loves to lay on people. Which is fine because she's the tiny cat. The other two are much bigger. Heicho and Baby love to snuggle. They just don't love to lay on people. Or let me rephrase that. Heicho likes to snuggle me, and Baby will snuggle whoever.
This matches what's on the Grey Warden's map. Time to look around.
It's funny because... Well, it wasn't funny because the dog snapped at Heicho, and as much as I love all the cats, but I get especially mad when he snaps at Heicho. The dog snapped at Heicho earlier, and she ran downstairs, and then I had to bring her... I brought her back up around supper time, because, you know, she likes to stay with me when I eat, which is fine, because it's supper time for Heicho, too. And then... I brought her back upstairs when we were cooking supper, and then she ran back downstairs for a couple minutes. And then I think she realized, then, she's like, oh wait, y'all are cooking food? I'm gonna stay up here. So I was gonna go downstairs and eat with Heicho, because I like to eat with Heicho. And then she came back upstairs when she probably... And then she probably came... upstairs because she would have smelt the other food come out of the oven, because we had like these like barbecue pizza melts, and she probably with beef, so beef and onion with barbecue sauce and marinara on a flat piece of flatbread. But anyways, Heicho probably would have smelt the beef, and she was like, oh hey, and then she came upstairs. And I usually sit in the computer chair to eat, but I had to switch to the couch so Heicho could sit next to me and just lay there and watch me. Every time I'd pick up a piece of the flatbread, she'd move her head and watch the piece of flatbread, then move it back down. So I took a giant piece of beef off of one of them, and I broke it up into like 7 or 8 little pieces. And then every time I took a bite of my flatbread, I'd give Heicho a piece of the beef that I broke apart and put to the side, so that I could feed Heicho. And I am 1000% aware that that is why she's overweight. Because I like to feed her people food. I can't say no. If you had Heicho as a cat, you shouldn't say no either. The other two cats don't care too much. Baby doesn't care at all. Lucarian depends on the food, mostly. It's like last time I sat downstairs to eat and I had Lucarian, I gave her a piece of chicken, tiny piece, and she ate it. And I tried to give her another one and she sniffed at it and then ran away. Because she was hyper, I guess. She just sniffed it and ran away. And Baby doesn't even acknowledge food half the time. He literally just lays there because he wants to snuggle. It's like my old cat Jasper used to be perfectly well behaved around food, and then for some reason, I actually don't know why, because I didn't feed him a lot of food, like human food. He used to live with my dad at his house, and he moved in with me. And after he moved in with me, he decided he liked people food and was always trying to get me food. After he moved in with me, so it was impossible to keep Jasper away from the food because he would just literally stick his nose in it. Heicho doesn't even stick her nose in it, she just kind of stares at it. So I'm a little better about cats kind of sticking their nose in your food than dogs, because cats are... It's harder to push a dog away from your food than a cat. A cat, you can usually just put your plate down, pick up the cat, and then just pop them somewhere else.
I've heard encouraging things about your progress topside. That you're bringing order to the chaos.
That's what they tell me.
We could use that down here.
There's a little bit of glare on my screen, and I'm having trouble seeing where I'm going in the cave. I'm done streaming this, I will start installing Mass Effect, and then I will pick up a schedule for next week.
Something over there.
And just so everyone will be aware, I'm not very well versed in Mass Effect, so all this knowledge that I have about Dragon Age is about... I have about maybe a quarter of that knowledge with Mass Effect. It's like I said, my sister was like, oh my god, I don't know if I could go through even Inquisition and try to get all the achievements. She says that as she's gotten all the achievements in the Mass Effect Legendary Edition twice, on top of getting every single trophy in Skyrim on the PlayStation. And yet you sit there and tell me, how could you get all the achievements in Inquisition? To which I want to respond, how could you bring yourself to get every single trophy in Skyrim?
It may have been down here for centuries. I wonder if anything's left.
To each their
These
own.
ruins are amazingly well preserved.
I'm not mad or anything, I'm just like, how can you say that to me when you've gotten every single trophy in Skyrim? Because that was back when she didn't have a job, so she spent a lot of time playing games. And by games, I pretty much mean Mass Effect and Skyrim. I have not gone more than 3 weeks without a job in the past 9 years. I'll just do this. There's not much point in keeping all these. Oopsies. Because I had one job in 2016 to 2020. And then they switched owners. So then I lost my job there. And then I purposely didn't have a job for 2 weeks because, you know, I needed to decompress, de-stress, all that fun stuff. And then I sent my resume into a bunch of places. And then...
Can I just let him out, or should I put him on?
You should put him on his lead when he gets out, because he's hyper when he gets out. His lead's in the room. Oh, and there's a cat there. Hold on. Okay, so... What was I saying? Hold on. Dog's deciding to be an asshole now that he's out of his crate. Anyways, like I was saying, and then I sent my resume into a bunch of places, and the place that called me back first, I actually forgot I sent my resume in there at all. And then I got an interview, and then they said, okay, well, we'll call back within a week, you know, the usual. 2 to 5 days, we'll call you if you get the job. Okay, cool. And then the next day they called and said, hey, you still want a job? And I was like, hey, yeah, sure, I do. And then, so, they brought me in for an interview, said, we'll call you in 3 to 5 days, and they called me the next day. And then they said, hey, you still looking for a job? Yeah, sure I am. Okay, are you okay to start on the day after tomorrow at 8 a.m.? Yep, okay.
Goodbye!
So I got interviewed and hired within a week of sending in my resume. And I still didn't. That's the story of how I got the job I have now.
Almost lost my leg to a hurlock a few years back. Left a nasty scar.
How'd you get away?
Kicked her with the other leg. Seriously, keep your guard up. They'll use your tongue as jewelry.
I'll remember that.
And then that's also how I got to the position of them saying, we really like you. You're like one of our favorite people who works here. Could you please not quit? Like, you know what? Unless I find something somehow better than this, which there's not a lot around here. There's a lot of agricultural jobs. But I need an agricultural degree to get the jobs, which... I mean, in a province like this, you'd actually be surprised how hard it is to get into the agricultural programs here, because a lot of people go into it, because that makes it, being an RN, a CCA, which is a continuing care aid, and agriculture are all are easy enough, I guess, to get into for the schools, but, to get into the jobs, but getting into the schools for them is not as easy. Because, you know, every place is looking for nurses, every place looks for care aides, every place around here is looking for some agricultural expert. Which is funny, because my dad didn't have a degree in agriculture, but he had enough experience and knowledge with it that he didn't actually need the degree, they just would hire him. Because when I was growing up, he worked at a recycling plant, and then he left that job, started another one at some energy company, and then he left that one because he was away from home all the time and he didn't like that, and then he switched to the job he had until he found God. So hard to see my health bar because of the stupid light on the screen. You just throw a blanket over my screen so I can see better. Have like a little blanket board attached to my TV. Now I just have the dog's lead attached to my chair so you can't pull at it. You can pull a lot of things, but you can't pull me around on a chair. I'm too big to be pulled around from a chair. I'm waiting till I find the next camp before I go back and do stuff, by the way. I can do war table stuff here. I'm moving the lead with my hand, and I guess I hit the attack button with my other finger. There you go. But yeah, I remember my dad used to work like 1 week he'd work 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. The next week he'd work 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. and he'd work 5 days a week. But he'd alternate between overnight shifts and early morning shifts. And on the overnight shifts for a little bit before, because you know, we couldn't be there with him all night, obviously, because, you know, we had school in the morning or whatever. Until he could find someone to, like, watch us later in the day, he would take us to work with him. And we'd spend a lot of time hanging out with him at his workplace. So we got picked up by our
Sharks
grandparents.
are getting worse. Must be close to a nest.
That explains the
You know, we were
stench.
like little, so we couldn't be by ourselves. Maybe look for that plant until I was... I was around 10 or something. I think the only reason he actually wound up leaving is because they wound up closing that plant. So whenever he left a job, it was always for a good reason. Not just because he didn't like it. Because it was too hard or something. Nah, man, my dad liked it. Hold up. But yeah, the second place, because literally, I remember him working at 3 places my whole life. And every time he left the place, it was for an actual legitimate reason. I always said my dad was crazy, because he liked to work. My grandma was crazy, because she liked to clean. And that's also another thing, is my dad lived in this one apartment building for forever. And then he wound up living on the bottom floor of these apartments.
Odin.
I'm sick of tugging your lead in here, Odin. Anyways, he lived in... Huh. It's worse than watching a kid when trying to multitask.
Don't bite. No bites.
feel like I'm spending more time being paused than unpaused, but it's fine. I let the dog out of his crate, and initially he jumped on my mom's chair and knocked her drink over, and then he ate, which is fine, obviously. But then I had to pause it because he bit my mom and then he bit me 3 times. Now I've got a bunch of bite marks on my arm. But he does that every morning. I think, yeah, but I am not the one that's supposed to take care of the dog. We got the dog on the pretense of my mom taking care of the dog, not me. Well, taking care of him most of the time. Obviously, I don't take care of him. I don't care what he does in the morning when I'm out, because I'm not. You know what I'm doing when he's upstairs eating dirt? I'm downstairs, pretending I don't have to take care of the dog that I don't want in the first place.
Don't let them get behind us!
Yeah, I am aware. Well, telling the story about when my dad in the apartment after combat sequences, I'm getting a lot of just combat right now, so... And I have to switch what screen I'm looking at, because my other screen, there's so much light from the sun on my screen that I literally could not see anything. I kept running in circles, trying to do something that I couldn't see. I like to see where I'm going. Yeah, what happens when I'm sleeping, I don't care. You wanna know why it doesn't bother me, or can I care why I don't care about it? Because I'm sleeping. The dog's crate is right above my bedroom, so whenever he gets up and moves around, I can hear him. And he does that a lot in the middle of the night. Making me lose a lot of sleep. But it's better than the alternative, which is not keeping him in a crate. More than hearing. How do you keep dying, sir? How are the squishy neighbors the ones never dying, but it's always cold? I wanna know why I didn't want to play this game in the world on my nightmare run. Because I played through my first time playing after my hiatus was and that character almost died a lot. And I was playing that while on normal. Of course, I can chalk that up to I hadn't played the game in 2.5 years, so... Yeah, I'll keep talking about the story of my dad in the apartment one day. It's not this week's fault. You know, I had... Let me holding the dog, and I was scared for a second that I didn't have it muted. I was like, I really hope I don't have my microphone unmuted so people can't hear or hear me and my mom scolding the dog. Y'all don't need to hear that. Fight is no joke on iron. And forward there again.
Get to the emissary leader! Cut it down and they're done!
Can you like stop dying, Cole? This is like the 4th time you died in this DLC. I don't recall him dying that much before because I haven't had the emissary stuff. Oh man, this would be super easy if the emissary stayed stuck. Yeah, I'm not that one. The dog is sniffing that particular spot on the phone. I'm pretty sure that's because they jiggling everywhere. Nice attack. Sniffed that earlier.
Don't let that leader control the battle. This is our fight.
hard to kill this enemy though, Ren. Oh, this is a thing taking away too long to kill. Long. Oh. Finally. And it's still up. Ah, come on, man. You're not even worth it. There. Yeah, that is exactly the spot H was laying in earlier. That's what he's staring at. Or sniffing at, sorry. He keeps sniffing the same spot on the couch. And I looked over, and sure enough, that's exactly where H was earlier. But anyways, I was mentioning earlier, so for the longest time, my dad lived in these apartments, and my grandparents on my mom's side, they actually lived in the apartment above my dad, which was funny. And then my brother wound up living across the hall from them, like across from my dad, so we had 3 sets of relatives in one apartment. But anyways, it was like, when we would stay over, and it was like 3, 4 in the morning, and we would all be sleeping, nice and peaceful, and all of a sudden you just hear this bloody vacuum cleaner go off. Like, what? Who is cleaning this late at night, or early in the morning, or what have you, because it was like 3 or 4 in the morning. It kept waking my dad up, right? And it sucked for my dad, because he worked those shifts, which was kind of a hassle for him, but that's fine. My grandma was vacuuming and deep cleaning her apartment at 4 in the morning when she couldn't sleep. Because my grandma was crazy. That grandma, my other grandma
That's
never
the last
did
of those, Darkspawn.
clean her place at
Regions
4
in
in the
your
morning.
death.
I mean, she might have, but I don't think she
Look
did.
at this, Ren.
Because she lived in a
Ancient.
retirement
Maybe
home.
1,000 years old.
Any idea who built it, or why?
This thaig is on top of a lyrium mine. According to the memories, the mine was destroyed by some unexplained disaster. The miners must have used this lift to reach the lower levels.
I'm starting to see a trend.
If there is a titan causing earthquakes, it's down there.
I found this book with the emissary. The pages are mostly ruined, but a few are readable. See this line? I awoke to the singing stone. Our kingdom trembled at the Titan's hymn.
That reference to singing stone. I've been told that raw lyrium has a sound.
A hum. The mining cast follows it to find lyrium veins. They say it's the stone calling to them.
Perhaps it wasn't chance that the quakes destroyed lyrium mines. It would seem you're not the first to connect earthquakes to titans.
Not to keep beating a dead Gronto, but there's no actual evidence that what happened then and now are the same.
Singing tremors, destroying a mine and threatening a thaig. You don't see any similarity?
I think you're reading what you want to read.
Perhaps this will change your mind. Look here. It's the royal seal of Orsec Garal.
King Orsec Garal? That book belonged to a paragon?
The-
You are onto something, Volta.
Of course you'd take a dead man's word over mine. Always the traditionalist.
Hey, challenging tradition lost you a cushy position in Orzammar.
Does a king's
guys
book mean that
more?
much to you, Ren?
Paragons are the best of our people. They don't hand that title out to just anyone. Not even a king. Knowing it was Garal's book from the start would have saved us an argument.
As if you'd ever avoid an argument.
We don't have time for this.
I agree. And to be clear, I was reassigned. When my superiors ordered me to remove an official record from the memories, I declined. We decided it would be best if I served the Shaperate here, finding history instead of recording it.
If the Shaperate is willing to erase memories, what would prevent them from covering up the existence of Titans?
Why would they do that?
Because someone in power demanded it.
It takes courage to challenge authority.
I suppose you would know. Some believe the past is what we make it.
No kidding.
But we gain nothing from ignoring mistakes.
I'm sorry I brought it up. The earthquakes are what matters. I don't know where this lift leads, but we're about to find out the hard way. Get ready.
Oh, shit. To go adjust something and my controller fell down. I'm gonna go back to here before the next part of the story starts. Okay, nope. Left. Dog for 2 minutes and he spun his whole fucking lead around the chair and I had to untangle it. I don't remember what I was talking about earlier. The Inquisition's efforts in the Deep Roads would greatly benefit from additional logistical support at the main Legion of the Dead camp. Additional crafting tables can be constructed and a quartermaster brought in to offer basic goods and services. Okay. The Inquisition has located several casks of dwarven ale, in one of the upper rooms of the Darkspawn Warrens. Recovering them intact could be challenging, but success would mean a sizable boost to morale for the Legion troops stationed in the area. Colin can do that. This is where some of this other power goes. So the Inquisition has identified a location near the entrance to Hadroon Tig that is ripe for exploration and recovery efforts. Excuse me, hiccup. The construction team could build a bridge that grants access to several dwarven ruins at the top of the Tig. And the Inquisition has identified an ancient dwarven ruin near the Darkspawn Nest at the bottom of Hadroon Tig. A bridge could be built to access this ruin. Now, these don't particularly matter, technically, because there's still this whole other section left, but... I don't think there's... Yeah, I think they can just let it be so that you can craft here. I think that's... these two completed operations, and then... I'll just head back here and then travel accordingly.
I can feel it now. The blight. Spreading.
Still kinda hard to see with the glare on part of my screen, but I'm going to manage because I don't want to keep looking at my smaller screen. So either deal with a little bit of the light on my bigger screen, or deal with my smaller screen and not be able to see anything at all. It's different when I'm playing a game on my smaller screen because it's not OBS, so with OBS the screen looks a little smaller. At least on my end it looks a little smaller. It makes it kinda hard. But I'm trying my best. Where's the next ladder? Right there. Wonderful. Earlier I went to go take this, I have this blanket all over top of my legs. I don't know why, because it's hot as balls in this house, because there's a heat wave. And when I adjusted it earlier, I completely threw my controller off my desk. And then as I went to go pick up my controller, the dog stuck his nose and spun around the whole chair with his lead, so I had to untangle his lead from my chair. All that happened in a span of 15 seconds. Keep your eye off a baby for 15 seconds. Go too strong. I might do some, if I finish this too early, I might do some side stuff before I do the end of the game. Just so I can get some of the side stuff done. But I know when the last time I tried to do this DLC on the PC, this part kept crashing. Because I have a couple of mods installed, but the mods I have installed right now are all like literally aesthetic-based mods, which change like outfit colors and stuff. Because I don't really like super gameplay-altering mods unless it like adds a little bit to the story, but if it's like extra skill points or this extra tree or this extra this or that, I don't like those. I just like changing like colors and characters' hairstyles and stuff like that, and even then only certain ones. Cause it's like whenever I see a altered version of like I've seen a lot of people alter, like, say, Lucanus's, like, from Veilguard, his design, so that he's got, like, the bun in his hair instead of, like, the long hair he's supposed to have. And normally, I actually don't mind, because there's a mod I've seen that gives Blackwall a bun, and I love the way he looks with the bun. So I have that mod installed. But for some reason, I don't like it with Lucanus. But anyway, my point is I usually just have aesthetic mods, so, and I don't have like 20 mods, I think I have like maybe 7 running on that file. And I opened that door, and every time I opened it, it would crash. Until I loaded my file without running mods. And then I got through that area, closed my game out, and then reinstalled the mods. Or reactivated the mods, I should say. Well, little bit weird because I had Blackwall on my team at that point. But like, the ones I have, like, edit Colin, Josephine, and Liliana, Cassandra, and Dorian's default outfits at Skyhold. Blackwall's hair. That's pretty much it for the aesthetic mods. So essentially the advisor's outfit colors, Cassandra's outfit color, and Dorian's. And a mod that makes black hair in this game actually black, because with this game, the black hair is kind of like more of like an ashy, light black, and a lot of people wanted like the pitch black hair, but this game didn't actually have like the pitch black hair, which is what Dorian and Cassandra are supposed to have. See, because I still have to do this, and I haven't been doing these little side bits. I feel like I need to do these little side bits.
All right.
So now my power's back down to 19, but I don't think you need power to do Trespasser either. I came here mostly because I have to sell all this stuff, because I have so much stuff to sell. Oy, oy, oy. Yeah, those are what I have, and then... like in Veilguard, I have a mod, which I uninstalled, but I initially had one installed that gave me all the... because that game has like the transmorg armor, so you can have armor equipped, and then change the look of it so that... well, essentially it looks nicer. I had a mod installed that gave me all the transmog outfits. And then one that unlocked all my companions' outfits. And then I found a color changing one for Lucanus, Emmerich, Davin, and Nev that I installed. Like colors for their outfits, I mean. From what I understand, it's a little harder to mod back in than it is to mod this one.
Always with the questions. What will people say?
I need to talk to you.
Could at least bring me wine. Loosens the tongue, so to speak.
Oops, I almost clicked the
I was
top
hoping
right
to steal
one.
a
Oh my
moment
God.
alone with you.
You have but to ask. Amatus. Lead the way.
Okay, I'm just gonna be right back. I just have to quick run to the washroom. Okay. Yeah. Decided, even on days we work, it might be best to put the dog in his crate overnight, wake up, take him out, let him run around for a little bit, and put him back in when we're at work. He's been very bitey today. Just sitting here trying to get comfortable. He's playing tug with his lead. When I was playing tug with his lead, he bit my boob and it hurt. Jerk. I don't need anything biting that area again, please. I don't like it when people do it, never mind when a dog does it. Okay, I'm gonna bring another warrior with me this time, because I feel like if I don't, then Cole's just gonna die again and again and again. But yeah, one of my kinks does not involve that. Don't like it when humans do it, like it even less when dogs do it. Okay. Oh, I like cats, they just bite my hands. Oh. Who? Oh, I wonder who number 1 is. Interesting that we're not number 1. I'm forgetting the controls for a second. Oh, here we go. It's like, what are the controls?
Has the Inquisitor earned your respect now, Yukar?
Okay. Whoa! I'd say, oh, we've almost done the day DLC, but there's a huge thing still left. I am aware, game. Soft, squishy flesh, please. Okay, this part I'm gonna need to look at a different screen because this part is super dark. I'm not gonna be able to see anything, and you get out from under there because you're gonna chew on cords. I've got a lot of cords under my desk, and liable to chew on.
What was that?
What was what?
Something moved. There. Light a torch.
So I can see us coming? Just stay close.
At least my anchor light is
Stay
lighting,
together.
right?
It's easy to get lost down here.
We've gone past
Or is
the
it my
deep
staff light? I guess
roads.
it's my staff
How can
light.
you tell? It's pitch black.
I can feel it.
There is a segment later where you can use your anchor to make a nice light. See, even without the light on my screen, I can't see where I'm going. Hallelujah! We did it! Yeah, this is not the end of the DLC. If only it was. No, I'm kidding. It's actually not that bad.
Show yourselves!
Ran! She sounded so unenthusiastic. Like when being shot.
Not at all.
Oh man, I like red. Alright, once the screen's a little less dark, switch what screen it starts. It starts that none of that bothers me. We want to watch it matters. Combat audio is so much louder than the game audio, or the dialogue audio. I turned it up because when Volta talks, she's super quiet. Look at my audio mix for combat, it's bleeding green for red. No, I want to loot. No, at least it was him that ran forward and said, show yourselves, because if he shot us, then we'd be screwed. Or if they shot us, sorry. I worded that as if I said, Ren shot us. No, no.
Deserved better. Ren never wanted this life. He was a cobbler, a good one. He joined the Legion to pay his father's debts. It kept his mother and brother from losing their caste. The poor and desperate here often sacrifice themselves for their family's future.
Ren was a good man. We'll honor his sacrifice.
He always seemed indestructible. The armor on these warriors. There's lyrium woven directly into the metal, and it's bonded to their skin. Impossible to remove, but I know what we'd find underneath. These are dwarves. Ren was killed by our own kind.
Just talking as if people of their own kind don't kill each other.
All it took was a single strike. Ren never had a chance.
The bolt was glowing. Their weapons could also have been infused with lyrium.
As you can learn, lyrium-infused weapons are dangerous, bro.
We must return him to the stone. Trust Tonsha. Sauronga. I'll see this through, Ren. I promise. Anything standing between us and the Titan will regret it.
People of their own kind never kill each other. Bruh. Nope, there we go. So yeah, like, I don't have, like, 3 hours left in this DLC, but there is enough left at the end. Like, there should be enough of this bit at the end where I can, put the actual name of the screen. Ow. I looked away 2 seconds. Stop looking at my slides. Because clearly that's what she's almost doing. Okay guys, there's still an enemy over there. Can you please kill it? Let me put it this way. What if I was in the middle of looting and what happened to Ren just now happened to me? Okay? Okay? And all because my teammates won't attack a sleeping enemy. Y'all, that's the best time to attack a sleeping enemy. Or best time to attack an enemy, sorry, is when they're sleeping. Oh god, these things. People didn't come to the realization that Veilguard is the only Dragon Age game without any actual DLC in it. It makes me kinda sad, but I understand why there's no DLC for it. So on the one hand, it's sad that there's none, but I understand. Dude, come on. Don't need to follow the people who say, well, you can make a good game without DLC. Look at Baldur's Gate 3. The way I talk always makes it sound like I hate Baldur's Gate 3, and trust me, I do not, but you know what I don't like doing is comparing one game from a completely different franchise to another game from a completely different franchise. And saying this game could be so much better if it was more like this game, or we need all games to be at the standard of this game. Like, we don't all need every game to be as good as Baldur's Gate 3 was, which admittedly it is a really good game.
This is like
Trust
the
me,
wall
I've
of
spent
memories in Orzammar.
an obscene amount of hours playing
Very
it, but
ancient. The words seem based in Dwarven, but I barely recognize this dialect.
Can you translate any of it?
Only fragments. The language is very different from what we speak today. This word keeps appearing. Shah Brital. I believe it means revered defenders.
What needs to be protected all the way down here?
Isatanal. Isatanal. Cut our tongues, entomb our bodies, watch over the Titan until it stirs. So the warriors who attacked us must be the Shabratal, and they're protecting a Titan.
Are you all right, Volta?
I can hear Ren's objections. Let's keep moving. If more of these memories exist, they may have the answers we need.
man. But yeah, if we start going on games based on it needs to be like this game or that game, then every game's gonna start being a lot the same. That's just kind of can't believe I fell down, and now I'm stuck with these people with hammers. No help. Bye. I don't even know where my teammates are. Oh, they're all the way up here. Cool, cool. No, I'm gonna come down here. Because Volta is also a warrior, so they can do more damage. Certain Volta's a warrior. Like that. Can't tell. Let's do that. We have all this stuff. Boom. Boom. And I'm not saying you can't have a standard to hold games up to, because we should have like a nice good standard of games where you don't have microtransactions or microtransactions out the wazoo, let me put it that way, or have games that pretty much have the whole game, including the DLC, done and ready to launch, but then at the last minute these developers find some sort of convoluted excuse to take one thing out, probably along the lines of, well, it needs some tweaks and this and that and all this other stuff, and then they re-release it as DLC later, so you're spending $30-40 on DLC that was pretty much initially in the base game, or it may as well have been in the base game. Because if you release a season pass, that's another bad one. Like, you announce DLC coming out for a game within a month or 2 months or whatever of the game coming out, you have pretty much the whole thing done. It's just we gotta profit off of it more somehow, because, you know, gaming already isn't pretty much a luxury at this point for a lot of people. Fortunate enough to have a little bit of extra money to spend on one game every couple months, but I can't buy every new game that comes out. Not that I'd really want to, because a lot of shoddy games at best.
I can feel it.
Watch your step.
Like, hold games up to a standard of being in similar types of practices to a game like Baldur's Gate 3, but they don't all need to be like Baldur's Gate 3 or Claire Expedition 33. Great game.
Someone sabotaged the bridge,
but
and we don't have time to fix it. There, that ledge. We can reach it if we're careful.
I don't want all games to be exactly the same. That was kind of like the charm of, like, I watched a list earlier of, like, the top 20 best, or what they ranked as, like, some of the best Nintendo 64 games out there, and I played, out of the 20, I think there was, like, 5 I didn't play. Like, I didn't play some Neo game, I can't remember what it was exactly what it was called. Conker's Bad Fur Day I never played, or Diddy Kong Racing, I think the Tony Hawk Skater game and one other game, but I played the rest of them, like, let's start off with that, like Banjo-Kazooie or Super Mario 64. I'll give Donkey Kong 64 from Banjo-Kazooie some leeway, because I'm pretty sure they were at least published or developed by the same people, but...
Look there. More ancient carvings.
Aye, but these seem to be about the Titan. It shapes the stone.
Paper Mario was another one, Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask.
It sculpts the world within
GoldenEye 007.
and without.
Oh, the GoldenEye 007 game was so much fun.
If Titans shaped the stone, could they have actually created it?
The stone must have existed first.
Then the Titans would be the very first children of the stone.
That would have huge implications for my people.
More memories, more Shah Britol. We must be getting close to a Titan. Your theory about the source of the quakes is looking more like fact.
But if this is true, how could it be missing from the memories of Orzammar? Why would someone erase such an integral part of our history?
Oh no!
Let's answer that after we stop the earthquakes.
The rhythm is louder than ever. We're close.
But yeah, I remember playing a lot of the 007 GoldenEye multiplayer, which I learned they threw in last minute without the actual other developers or anyone else knowing about it, and they just kind of threw it in as like an aside, and it turned out to be the best part about the game. That's a game my sister and I ordered. I think I mentioned my sister went on, like, after her cat Captain Jack died, she went on a binge spree, spent a bunch of money on N64 games. That was one of the ones she bought.
Look at that. Like stars at night.
That's so
All
pretty.
these lyrium veins, and they're completely untapped.
The Shah Bratol must mine lyrium somewhere. Their weapons and armor are laced with it.
Unless they found another way to harness it.
It's like Pokemon Stadium 1 and 2, Donkey Kong 64, an extra copy of Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, let's see what other one, Star Fox 64, a Mortal Kombat Arcade Collection, some game called Body Harvest that I remembered us playing when we were younger, and it's such a bad game, but we loved it. You'll have to look it up, it's a pretty ghetto game. GoldenEye 007, like I said, that was another game, and some Rugrats, like puzzle game, I can't remember what it's called exactly, but we spent a lot of time playing that game as a kid, because like it's the Rugrats, and they all have boards, one's like a underwater one, and then we have to find treasure, another one's like Angelica's tomb, where you have to get the treasure pieces before Angelica gets them. There's some candy level where you're all like roaming reptars. You have to look it up, it's a pretty weird game. We played it a lot as kids. Pikachu controller, but not copy of the Pikachu, because we couldn't find a microphone for it. And I think we were gonna get Pokemon Snap, the Pokemon Puzzle League, or not Pokemon Snap, but I think Pokemon Snap wound up being on the Wii U hardware, like for virtual console stuff. I think Pokemon Puzzle League was on there too, and it's also on the Switch virtual console, but I'm pretty sure they were also on the Wii U ones. And that's why we didn't get Pokemon Puzzle League or Pokemon Snap. Because those games were already on virtual console. We got Pokemon Stadiums 1 and 2 before the Switch came out, before the Switch was even a console. All before the Switch. The last new console at that point was the Wii. The Switch came out in 2017. Given the hot mess I've heard about the Switch 2, and now a bunch of people's Switch 2s are overheating and causing cartridges to go faulty and just the game to stop functioning as a whole, I'm like, you know what? I think I'm okay without the Switch 2 for a while. I'll wait until it drops in price. And they fix all the problems with it. This is the first new actual like full console we've had in forever. And it doesn't even work 100%.
Let's keep gathering their weapons. There may be more barriers ahead. You said we're beneath the deep roads. Do you think anyone besides the Shah Bratol has traveled down here?
We are very likely the first to travel this far.
Ooh, makes me feel special. I feel so special. Ow! No, get out of my way. That doesn't really work on them, what about this? That doesn't work on them. So no, they're just gonna keep coming after me. How about we don't go after me? There he goes. I hope he drops the loot that I need, because I need the Earthshaker hammers. I think it does drop the weapon somewhere. I hope. I didn't mean to knock that Shabertal right off the edge. Oof. That's a big yikes. Okay, yeah. Likely where it had spawned. Deep Earth Expedition, Bastion of the Pure Bridge operation available. Here he goes again. Okay, this time the Shabertal didn't actually fall off the edge. As funny as that was, I don't want to have to go looking around for where they went. Where did everyone go? Oh, you're right there. Get back here. Where are you going? Get back here. Get back here. I feel like it's taking forever for these things to die, and I don't know why. Are they resistant to fire damage? Okay, Blackwall, can you, like, go... Blackwall was stuck. I switched to him and tried to walk, and he was literally stuck, so I had to jump. Yeah, there's a moderately large amount of games that given that the N64 library was small, all things considered, for how many good games were on the N64, and how many, I mean, there are obviously bad games for it. There's bad games for every console out there. Hard pressed to find a console with really good games. Really good games. Like... Oh my god. Now both my sisters commented on the fact Lucarian has a no thoughts head empty type of look to her. Like, why are y'all always so mean to my cat? $388. Okay. Even then, given the amount of games every other console has for their libraries, it's moderately small. And... oh yeah, and for other ones than that list I was mentioning, Mario Party 1, Mario Party 2, sorry. Mario Party... I did play 1, 2, and 3. No! God, this stupid thing will not leave me alone. Why do these things keep going after the mages? Go after the warriors, damn it.
These creatures aren't game stalkers. What do they eat to survive?
Us, if we're not careful.
Yeah, they seem to have a taste for magic users, clearly. I mean, it makes sense they live in God. Yeah, I hadn't charged my phone since I looked up the amount of percentage of forests that are in Canada. And I opened up my phone again to check the N64 library count, and I had a bunch of notifications. I thought I'd check the one my sister made on something I posted about Lucarian, and she said, no thoughts had empty. So I was like, that is my other sister who said, Lucarian just looks dumb. And I was like, that's so mean. There's a picture of her hiding behind my monitor, and it's adorable. Ow, what keeps hitting me? I mentioned yesterday I was trying to play Dragon Age and the time was walking around and she was knocking stuff around on my desk, but she was really fond of sticking behind my monitor. And there was a time where I looked, I was like, well, she's not making any more noise. So then I look over and her head's just poking out from behind the monitor, so it looks hilarious. You just have this cat with her head poking up from behind an object that's bigger than Lucarian. Lucarian's a tiny little cat. So everyone just makes fun of my poor Lucarian. Gaming awards for the gaming magazine I got a notification for in Dragon Age won something. What? Game of the Year, gaming icon. What's this? Favorite game, Diversity Award, Community Impact Award, Best LGBTQ plus character, Best LGBTQ indie game, LGBTQ voice actor of the year, content creator of the year, streamer rising star class of 25, contribution to esports, geek entertainment. You know what? My favorite, when I was looking through and it was like best LGBTQ character of the year, and one of the options was legit Rook from Veilguard. I was like, that's pretty lit. Because out of all the BioWare games, that character has the most diversity in gender and sexuality choices.
It's easy to blame ourselves when we lose a friend, Volta. But it's not your fault.
I was so focused on the Titan. I didn't consider what else could be down here.
And Veilguard was also nominated for Gaming Magazine. GAY certainly won indicated as on my own Twitch tag. It was also nominated for Gaming Magazine of the Year. I don't know if it won or not, but sponsored by RuPaul's Drag Race. Good show, you should watch it. And it was funny because a couple days ago I was scrolling through some social media and a memory popped up from it would have been 2 years ago, where I went to a bunch of Pride stuff back in, that would have been 2023, it was July, yeah. So one of them was they opened up you have like a little Pride Center there. They wound up moving the Pride Center because it was in part of a daycare, so they wanted to expand the daycare. But anyways, they moved it. But when it first opened, oh, there goes the boulder. But yeah. We initially went there when it first opened, and one of the things they had there was, I keep forgetting what it was called. And there's a specific name I'm looking for, or specific word I'm looking for, but the name's slipping my mind. I don't know. They showed us how, or what to buy and how to do up our makeup if we ever want to be drag queens. Workshop, that's what I'm looking for. It's called the Drag Queen Workshop, where there was two, which are actually from that city specifically, which is interesting because no one around here. You wouldn't think. And then we had someone who came from, or at least lived in England, or was born in England, and then he came here with his husband, I guess, at some point, I don't know when. But anyways, they came to the Drag Queen Workshop, learned how they do makeup, learned what specifically to buy, where to buy it, how to do the makeup, and then later that same day, we went to a drag show. And then, I think it was a month and a half or 2 months later, they had like an actual like full setup drag show that we went to. They had like a PG one that kids could go to, and then they had, and that one was from I think 5 p.m. till 7, and then they had like that hour break, because you know, they gotta take breaks sometimes, between 7 and 8, and then, oh no, it was 6 to 8, and then they had a break from 8 till 9, that's what it was. And then they had the adult-only version of it, which I stayed for both shows, so I was there for a solid 5 hours. I actually have videos of it on my phone. And we got in for free because one of our coworkers is really good friends with one of the drag queens, so we got in for free. It was great. Yeah, we have a coworker who's really good friends with one of the so we got in for free each other. And we got good seats. It was fantastic. But anyways, moral of the story is, I recommend going to drag shows, they're fun. I've only been to 2, but I love both of them. Trust me to find the contact. Then I have to go and socialize, and I don't like doing that. So, don't stick around and kill all these enemies, because you're gonna be here forever if you try to do that. I've got 5. And I guess it's really, if you didn't get all the Earth Shaker stuff before, you can get them now. But I already had 4. This part is ass if you don't have enough Shaker weapons to start. Why does my character look so angry? Oh my goodness. Yes, I 1001% endorse drag shows. And there's actually a place around that where they usually buy their makeup and stuff. Because they are super heavy focused on pride. Finish this DLC most likely before even like 8:30 or just around 8:30, and I can't And the end of the game should take about an hour and a half. But then I still got another hour to kill. Well, if that's the case, I can do some side stuff before I actually wrap up the stream. Just to kind of get my character leveled up a little bit. Oops. Sure, we'll get Walking Fortress, and Cassandra can get... Oh, she can't level up yet, never mind. Yeah, before I actually perfectly started this stream, I decided to send people off on war table missions, just to get it over with. So I've done most of the war table missions.
The attacks are getting worse.
We must be getting close to whatever they're protecting.
Only the pure may pass. All others will be punished. Assuming the Shabratal are the pure...
We're the others who aren't allowed to pass.
Could the earthquakes be the punishment?
I don't know.
I wonder what makes the warriors pure.
They do wear sealed armor to protect themselves from impurities?
If the tremors are deliberate, it could be disastrous for Orzamar's lyrium mines.
The Shabratal were dwarves once. Something turned them against us.
Seriously,
This
talking as
reads
if
like a
people
final
already don't kill each
we
other.
must be nearing the source.
She's an adult, she should know that. I mean, hi, look at the current events of the world right now. No, I'm kidding. I'm not talking political. I know this game is a lot about politics, but
Did the
I'm not discussing real
Shabratal
world
build all
politics.
this?
Or was it here before them?
Ooh, it's so pretty. It's a whole ecosystem in a mountain. And is that really where we are? Are we really in a mountain?
Nothing should surprise me anymore. But this... Wait. The rhythm we followed. We have found the source. But not the Titan.
Ever since we came down here, the deep roads have felt different. Organic. We've been looking for the Titan the wrong way. It isn't like us.
It's huge. Big enough to change the world around it.
Dun dun.
Can't see the Titan. Because we're inside it.
What's with the dramatic zoom in, bruh? Whoa! Revelation. We're inside a Titan.
If I don't survive, Orzammar must know the truth.
I won't fall while Corypheus is still a threat.
Oh yeah, your Inquisitor's dialogue is different depending on whether or not you've beaten the story before this. Fun little fact. Oh man, everything's immune to my magic. Oh man. So I'm trying to sit here and remember all the... I was talking about, like, those other... Because, like, I'm trying to remember all the things I've owned, like, for the consoles. I remember owning... Is it think, owned like a Sega at some point, 'cause I remember playing a lot of Sonic games. And there was the SNES, I don't think we ever owned an NES. Then there's like, at this point, pretty much every Nintendo console up to the Switch 2 at this point. We never owned a PlayStation 3, but we owned the 1, 2, 4, and 5. And the Vita. We never owned a
Could there be
PSP.
a whole civilization in here?
And we've owned like every
City
Xbox
within a
console.
titan. Incredible.
And the quakes haven't damaged it?
Like the original Xbox and the 360, then the One, the Series X, and I think they're planning on releasing like a weird handheld one, or I think they might have actually announced it. I don't know, I don't pay enough attention to that stuff.
Don't make us fight you!
Excuse me. Most of the last thing I need to do is recite the console wars. There's one or two people I talk to, or whenever I say I played this console or that console, they give me 1,000 reasons why the other one's better. I always play on PC, it's the superior console. Or method of gaming, sorry. PC's not a console. PC is superior. I don't play a lot of games on PC. If I have the option to, I always buy them on the Xbox first. Cause I don't keep up with specs and stuff that you need Think of an Xbox, I can just buy the game and know it'll work. And I'll have to worry about upgrading my console every year. Different parts and what have you. Ow! Okay, warriors, how about instead of running away, you help the mages? Dorian and I got slaughtered. We got 3 sword and shield warriors, and they ran away, so the mages took all the bolt damage. And this game has no healing. Like, there's no healing spell, specifically. You can set things so you can heal per kill or heal per spell used, but there's no healing spell.
Aren't they afraid
Which I
to
don't
die?
understand.
Perhaps they're the Titan's Legion of the Dead.
Don't say that.
But I want to. They kind of are, in a sense, to be fair. Bum ba dum bum ba da bum bum bum.
I don't want to hurt you!
I'm sure they'll listen to us. Here we go again with these pretty calls coming out. Oh my god, leave me alone. Yeah. God. Oh, Dorian died. Okay, now Sandra's dead. Okay, so there's me and Blackwell. And Volta, I guess. He's going to be. Might need a little bit of extra help with this, so it's not just me Blackwall mostly doing the damage. These Earthshakers take forever to kill. Bum, 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 ba-da, bum, bum, bum. On the one hand, with the end of this game and then the end of the Trespasser DLC, I already have screenshots in mind that I want to use for timestamping my thumbnails. I also learned YouTube's nailing down, and unless you use like your original voice and make like original videos that aren't like the low effort ones, essentially. So really it's like AI generated stuff and all that, they're not letting you monetize off of those anymore. So essentially it's their way of saying, if you don't work hard to make your videos, even if, I mean, you could work hard for AI ones, but when you upload videos, there's actually a section. This wasn't a section when I streamed back in 2023, but it is now. An option that asks if anything in it was AI generated.
Look, these are the only memories in this area.
There wasn't that option when I first streamed back in 2023, but it's an option now.
That phrase is the path of purity. And there's a reference to Titan's blood. It says the Shabbatal come here to drink it.
The Titan's blood must keep the Shabbatal alive and powerful.
But where is it? Unless...
It's through the heart. Duh.
Lyrium. The Titan's blood is lyrium.
That's quite a leap of logic, Volta.
Everything that's happened is related to lyrium. The destroyed mines, the singing stone, it all leads here.
Whoa.
We have to stop this!
I have never experienced an earthquake in my life, and I'm quite alright with that. I do not live in an area that gets earthquakes, thankfully. My sister does, but thankfully I don't. I don't want to wake up in the morning and feel my house shaking and feel like I'm going to just fall in through my floor. Which... who knows? There's such a thing as sinkholes, too. There's never been one recorded around here before, so I'm not worried. Oh, she's sleeping. Yeah, she's not knocked out, she's still sleeping. Oh god. It's ammo. So the actual mission of the game should take me about an hour. I wonder if it's pretty cool. This is not as long as I remember it being. I didn't do a whole lot of other side stuff. Also, remember the, that thing, the boss enemies from the Deep Roads in DA2? That's kind of what this reminds me of. I remember what the enemy is called for some reason. They call me. Sandra died because going near those things instantly kills me. Or may as well instantly. Whoa! Lovely. Okay, can you not knock me off the edge again, please? I'm gonna die again. know what? Unless Dorian brings her back, I'm not gonna bother. I'm not gonna keep bringing her back. She's just gonna keep dying. Rock Rage. That's what it is. Rock Rage. That's what this enemy reminds me of. No. Ow. Sandra died again. Sandra, really, you've died 3 times in this fight. I'm tired of bringing you back. You just gotta worry about the health bar and the top right thing, says the Guardian. I technically died at that one point in the fight because it knocked me off the edge, but luckily you don't auto-die when you get knocked off the edge. You just get knocked down to 1 HP.
Volta, are you hurt?
Whoa!
The song. Stop!
Da-da-dum.
It's all right.
It looked like you were hit by raw lyrium during the battle.
Yes, it should have poisoned me, but I feel fine. Good, even.
You cast some kind of spell. That shouldn't be possible.
It wasn't a spell. It was an accident. Everything will be fine.
We should get help. You may be injured, or...
I feel better than I ever have. Stronger, more alive. The stone is silent. The rhythm has faded, and so have the tremors. But the song still echoes. It tells me things. The breach, that's what disturbed the Titan. It is calm now that it has a connection with one of its children. With me.
The Titan changed you, Volta. You need to be cautious.
I am different, but I am still a shaper. Isana. It's our word for lyrium. And we are taught that it is a gift from the stone. But there's so much more to it than we ever imagined. I was sent to the deep roads to recover lost history. This is only the beginning. I am staying here.
I like the light in here.
If you stay here, where will you live? What will you eat?
I have my stone sense, and now so much more. I'll be safe.
You think you understand what's happened to you, but you could be wrong. The lyrium could be turning you into a Shabratol, or worse.
The Shabratol turned themselves into monsters. I have changed because the Titan willed it. The mine's collapse, Ren's death. It all happened to bring me here.
After all we have seen,
You wish to be alone to commune with this creature?
If she wants to stay, that's her business. I'd like to see the sun again.
Who could she harm down here besides herself?
I am called to the Search Inquisitor. This is where I belong.
I'm leaving with more questions than answers. But that doesn't mean you have to. Just be careful. The Shaperate in Orzammar will want to know what happened to you.
Tell them the truth. You don't know.
Let's go.
Goodbye.
Always comes back. Pay up, Sauroka.
Yeah. I always come back. Yeah, so now that I'm done with DLC already, I might do a couple side things just to kind of pad out time. So I was gonna do side things and then the end of the game and then side stuff, but I'll do the side stuff first. Now, what did we get? We got Blackwall's good. Cassandra will equip this. I'll check see if that's good for the Blackwall and or not Blackwall, sorry, Bull and Cassandra. Or Bull and Sarah, oh my god. Ow. We'll see. Like, I like this DLC, but when it comes to all three of them, it's definitely my least favorite of them. I don't know why, I just really like the Jaws of Hakon one. I think it's because of the story implications in it. And it actually has some relevance to your character as a whole. This DLC doesn't pertain much to your Inquisitor at all. It's just really about, I don't know, going underground, I guess. Okay. Plus I have some war table stuff I still gotta finish up. And make sure I get the rest of that war table stuff done. Alright. What do we got for weapons? Wait, no, the bow she has now is better than this one. Never mind. Excuse me.
Worship?
Your worship. Yeah, because the end of the game should be about roughly around an hour, and that's only because of cutscenes. The gameplay itself wouldn't make it last an hour. Maybe. And then, like I've said, Trespasser is easy 6 hours. At least it was the last time I did it, because the last time I did it, I kind of kept track of the time, and I think it was like 6-7-ish hours, somewhere in that area. Yeah, so I'm going to...
Let us begin.
Like I said, I'm going to switch the days I stream this. I'm going to stream...
All right.
Anyways, I'm going to stream Dying Light 2 on Monday, and then I'll stream this on Tuesday. Just so I can start it early and get the stream going that way.
Inquisitor.
So I can finish it.
Alright.
Because the only game where I've actually streamed for just over 7 hours was the last time I streamed Dying Light 2. I streamed it for just over 7 hours. Well, there's one time I streamed this for just under 6 hours, and I streamed Pokemon Unbound yesterday, like last night, and I streamed that for just under 7 hours. Somehow time just got away from me. Okay, that's Vivienne's. See, when you're having fun, you just kind of lose track of time. Okay. So we'll go do some frostback bays and stuff. Because that's also an easy way to level up because of the rifts. So even if the rifts are kind of a pain... So I only have 2 more rifts left, actually. Oopsies. But I may as well do them. Goodness, how warm is it right now? 27 degrees. A severe thunderstorm watch. Okay, so it's only supposed to be really hot today. And then Friday, Saturday, Saturday and Sunday. The other days it's supposed to be below 25. Phew. Only below 25. Oh wait, no, I want a Cassandra, not Blackwall. Where's the party changing thing? I didn't even notice that I put the wrong person on my team. I meant to put Cassandra because she's better for doing rifts. Oh. I'm not gonna go run around in the dark and try to figure it out. Wee. Wee. Yeah, because the earliest I want to try ending the streams at like 10:30, like at the earliest. So definitely not now, because then if I did that, I'd be ending it at like 9. Instead of the end of the game now. Oh. And I'd be like, yeah, I'll just finish it up and then move right on to Veilguard, but I still have to do the post-game stuff. So I can't even do that. Because the game opens up, or once you beat the main story, even before Trespasser was out, it was still, you could still play stuff after the post-game, or after you beat the story, so it's kind of like an open, sandbox. It was sandbox at the end, essentially. You could keep playing despite the fact you're done the story. But you can't interact with your, or you can, but you can't do anything with who you romance either, which is kind of weird. Now you can go up and talk to them and ask to spend a moment alone with them. Yeah, you can't do that after you beat the story for some reason. think Dorian mentioned something about bees. I can't remember exactly what, but he mentioned something about bees. See? Now that I'm a higher level, this is a lot more manageable. I did not see that fighting in there, it's dark. Wait, stop.
I'm falling back!
Ow, leave me alone. These stupid pride demons. I'm gonna do this. I love doing this. Got him. When I first did this, I was way too low of a level. Next. Oh, there's 2 pride demons. Oh, wonderful. Wonderful. I didn't realize there was 2 of these things here. So I just went into this choosing these characters because I was like, I'm doing end of the game. At least this was going to be my end of the game team. Because I like doing the end of the game with Solus on my team. Dun. Yay! Okay, and now I'll do this other rift, I guess. Oh no, I have to find my way back over here. Oh god. Wish me luck. I think I've mentioned time and time again how I hate trying to find my way over here, even though it's actually quite easy. Because no matter how many times I go through this, I always seem to lose where I need to go. I feel like this, starting from the hole and going this way is your best bet. No. Can you hear the noise these things are making? It's so funny. Just gonna stick to this path here, because I can't see too well in the dark. Okay. I don't know what this quest is over here, but there's a little quest marker that tells me there's one up here. What is it? I feel like I should have done this rift when I was up here earlier, but in my defense, this is also a high-level rift. That when I was doing this DLC, I was a little too low of a level to be comfortable with doing, because I have a feeling I would have died quite easily. Because I ran through it, and my team took substantial damage just from running through it to get to where I needed to go. Same with that other one. Oof, big yikes. Da, 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 da. And I remember there's also one achievement in the Jaws of Hakon expansion, which, now that I remember, there was two I hadn't gotten. There was the become friends with the bear hold, Avar bear hold, and then this one where you need to light all the fires or something inside the temple, and you can pretty much miss getting that one with a character. So go in. I had to read up on I had to find a guide because I wasn't 100% sure where to get all the fires lit up. But, you know what? I did it. Wasn't even the last achievement I needed, but I got it. The last achievement I needed was Trespasser exclusive. Last one I got was a Trespasser. I can't remember exactly the context behind the achievement either. What was it? This one. Unlock all caches watched over by ancient statues. The last achievement I needed. We'll get rid of these ones. Oh, I'm gonna get this. Okay. I thought I was gonna get this, but we're good. Oh, so was good. Careful, good shit. I watched myself for a second, then I remembered I'm trying to raise it. God. I cannot see. I can't see.
Back me up!
Okay, I was like, where did the fear demon go? I see it. Got all the fade rifts done and Jaws of Hakon. Didn't realize I only had 2 left. Thought I had more than that. Alrighty. Find something else to do then. What's this? Oh, I see what that is. What do I have here? Okay. Wait, when did I... Sorry, I want to double check something. April 2nd, okay. Last time I played... Or not, that wasn't the last time I played Inquisition, so it was when I beat Inquisition, it was on the 2nd of April. So just a little under a month before I started streaming again. Okay. Well, with that being said, I'll be right back. Just gotta make a quick run to the washroom. Just get my headphones entangled here. Alright, I'll be right back. Okay. It's also, as I was walking to the bathroom, I did a little bit of scrolling and I found a list of like, don't knock it before you try it, 8 games with bad reputations that are actually good. And I haven't played a couple of them, like I never played Gotham Knights or Life is Strange Double Exposure, so I don't know if those games are good or bad because I've never played them, so I'm not going to knock them. Or Far Cry 6. The first game that I played in this list was Mass Effect Andromeda. Solid game, I think so. Assassin's Creed Valhalla gets knocked because of its length. That is one of my favorite games of all time. As such, I have an Assassin's Creed Valhalla tattoo. Dragon Age 2, and Resident Evil 3 Remake. And I never played Marvel's Avengers. But yeah, you can tell I like Inquisition and Valhalla because I have tattoos of them on my hands. And I don't just have a Assassin's Creed Valhalla tattoo because I love Vikings. It's literally because it's one of my favorite games and I wanted to express that with a tattoo on my hand. With the word Creed written in runes on my hand, or my fingers. Because if you look on my fingers, my 5 fingers on my left hand spell the word Creed, but they're written in runes. And then I have the Inquisition tattoo. Oh, and then the Assassin's Creed Valhalla symbol, which is the A, but it looks like but there's 2 axes fused together. And then Inquisition, it's the Inquisition symbol, so like the sword with the... You can see that little icon in the top there, with this little person holding a flag right there. That little symbol, it's the Inquisition symbol. Or a better way to... Is there any other... Y'all know the symbol. You've seen it. This symbol. That one, the Inquisitor one right there, essentially. That's that symbol, and then I've got the word, Elven word for freedom, on my fingers. It's not written in runes, though. It's written, because I wanted it written in runes, but then the artist, the guy who did my tattoo, he said, do you want it done in runes, or do you want it done in this font that looks like it's written in runes, but, and it still kind of gives you, like, that feeling like it's written in that type of style, but the way he wrote the word, it also kind of looks like the, I guess it's called tendrils, or the rift tendril things around the sword for the Inquisition symbol. He wrote them in a font that looks like that. But I did have one person say what, because I posted to a Dragon Age group about my tattoo, and one person did ask, not one person, a few people asked, what is written in the runes on your hand? I was like, well, those aren't actually runes on that hand. There's runes on my other hand. But that's not fit for a Dragon Age group, because that's an Assassin's Creed tattoo. Well, so if I'm gonna hard knock any Assassin's Creed game, it's not gonna be Valhalla. There's definitely much worse Assassin's Creed games.
Inquisitor.
I'd say Unity, but it's actually not that bad. It was at launch. It was like Dying Light 2. It was a terrible game at launch, but they managed to put enough work in with patches to actually make it a half-decent game. I'm not saying Ubisoft's a great company, because it's not. But it's not as bad of a game as people say it is. Assassin's Creed games aren't supposed to be long. Well, why is it based with Vikings, and then they made a game that went back to the roots of the original game, and people didn't like it because it wasn't enough like the original games. Or it's probably because Basim was the main character, I don't know. I did stream that game though, because back when I originally streamed, which I guess technically I did start streaming in 2022, I don't know why I said 2023. Was it 2023? No, I did start streaming in 2023. Yeah, because I streamed Valhalla and I beat it before Mirage came out. So I played Mirage on stream for the first time, and then I've beaten it twice since. I mean, it's not a long game. And I did the whole, I want to go through the whole series in its chronological timeline before Shadows comes out, and I got to Valhalla, and I just stopped and played Valhalla for a solid... It's like the only game I played for like 2 months. Oops. Because I started with Odyssey, because that's the first one in the timeline, and then that was at the beginning... No, wait. When was that? Close to the end of November. Or was it the beginning of December? Might have been the beginning of December, now that I think about it. That was at the beginning of December, and then... Because I remember I was playing Origins when my brother was down for Christmas. So yeah, that would have been the middle of December. So yeah, Odyssey I started at the beginning of December, and then Origins I beat, I think on Boxing Day, actually. And then Mirage took me from Boxing Day to, I think, like the 29th or something. Like, it did not take me long at all.
Back scratcher.
And Valhalla I started playing at the end, like, pretty much right before the New Year's, and I played that game consistently solid for, like, 2 months almost. Oops. I didn't mean to. I gotta just spend some of this money. I have 100,000 gold. We'll get this. And then there's... weapons and accessories. Schematics of Legend. Yeah, it's just weapons. Hold on. Chew on your weed.
Get.
You may pet the tiny bear, but be gentle. A Magister miniaturized him specially at great cost.
May as well use this. Do I have any other... what did I buy? Rare metal and rare leather. And there's no cloth. Okay. Okay, I don't need... Okay, here's the rare cloth. Okay, anyways, I had to spend some money and then I'll go back and do some crafting. But yeah, and then I got some outfits and did some a bunch of extra stuff, got a bunch of achievements. I wound up unlocking 69 achievements. Not in one sitting, of course. But I wound up unlocking 69 achievements altogether in Valhalla. I do believe I have like 69 or something. I might have to double check. So I can look through my achievement list while I check. Let's see, how do I check that? All achievements, here we go. Achievements, oopsies. So what do we got here? Yeah, 69. Oh, that's hilarious. Ah, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go do some crafting, get that out of the way.
Your worship.
Okay, I'm just gonna quick do a screen transition and check, because there's something I want to check, but I don't want people to see it. in case. Okay, let me see here. Y'all already saw my list of some friends. Actually, it's just that first person's not alive anymore, and then there was me and then my sister. But anyways, I was gonna check something here. I feel like... Yeah, stats. I was looking at stats, and Dragon Age Inquisition, I have time played 0 days, 0 hours, 0 minutes. Like, look at this. What is this? Why is it telling me I've got 0 days, 0 hours, and 0 minutes recorded in Inquisition? But I've got 20,054 enemies slain. Got 27,771 damage from a single blow. Or from a blow, sorry. And then total gold earned, 1,289,508. But I also have 6 friends, 6 friends, 5 friends. Whatever. Like, I don't get that. Which is so bizarre to me. Do they have it in, like, this game? Or... No, because this is a 360 game. Do they have it in this one? Oopsies. They have this one. Time played 10 days, 12 hours, 9 minutes. Rank 1 of 3 friends. Do I have other friends who played this game? Yeah. That's just jarring to me. I don't know. I'm just seeing, do they have, like, this recorded in... Yeah, 2 days. Okay, yeah. Let's see how long I was playing Valhalla for. Do they have the stats for this one? Probably. 23 days, 20 hours, 14 minutes. Oh my god. Time played. Rank 1 of 5 of friends. Total kills 6,802. Total progress 97%. Excellent. Distance traveled. I'm rank 3 of friends. 3 of 5, 517,000. And then this is total power level 272, which is rank 3 of 5. Okay, okay, yeah, I see. That, Gale Folk, by the way, that's my side profile. So, yeah, that amounts to me having extra time played. That's my side account. Oops. Oh, whoops. Forgot to switch screens. Like, flashed my dead name for a second, and now I hate myself for that. Okay. We'll do some crafting. I'm not sure if I need to craft any other outfits, but I could craft some weapons. Yes, I could. My phone buzzed as soon as I was gonna do something. Okay, and then... Yeah, cause my staff is still better than these ones. Oh man, that's like the cool, staff Orsino uses in DA2. Oh man. Can we masterwork this one, I wonder? We'll see. I want to see if I can masterwork that one. I mean, if not, that's fine, but... Oh man. I was hoping I could. That's unfortunate. Man. I was really kinda hoping I could do that, because now I just have this useless piece of junk sitting in my inventory. When did it autosave? I don't know. I think I was in the Undercroft when it autosaved. Oh. I wasn't in the Undercroft, but I was on my way there, and I don't know what that was about. I just find it hilarious that it does not record, it has not recorded any of my time for Inquisition, and I don't know why. I'm fairly certain I spent a lot of time playing this game, but I don't think it's recorded my time on the PlayStation either. It's recorded my time on the PC, but that's it. Which, is arguably far less time than I spent in the other consoles. Because in the other... or on the PC, I've got 97 hours in Inquisition. Okay. This was what I just bought. Spiky. You can be extra spiky, Blackwall. I am going to change the colors. And then we'll do... because this doesn't have any extra parts to it, but I didn't think to check Blackwell's armor. Okay, so this is actually better than what he has. And then... I'll equip this to Bull. Definitely gonna have to change the colors on these, and then I'll equip this to Cassandra. And then, let's go... change some colors. Because in Trespasser, I like to have Bull on my team. So I want him to look nice. Oh, that's his gloves, oh. And then this is what? Oh, the leather bit there, okay. Change Cassandra's colors, cause I don't like her having the red. That's actually really nice. You know what, I like that. We'll do that. And then leather is... okay, that's easy to see. And then Blackwall. Now I gotta think of what I want my actual, like, DLC team to be. I think I might put Varric on. Like, I think my DLC team will be Dorian, Blackwall, and Varric, which is great having all these ranged fighters. But, which means I gotta upgrade, oh, I need to upgrade Varric's equipment. What's his armor looking like, actually? Superior Prowler armor. I'm pretty sure I can make better armor than that. Because I think that's just armor I found. Oopsies. Definitely better than what he has. Okay. And then we'll do, and then, so the Prowler coat, do I have Prowler coat arms? I didn't think to check that. Prowler coat, I do not have Prowler coat arms, but I do have Prowler coat legs. That's unfortunate. Okay, no. Because my armor... Actually, wait, what's my armor looking like? My armor's great. I gotta prep for when I do the DLC. Okay, so my armor's good, Dorian's is good. Oops. Sorry, Bull's is good. Varric's is good as well. Varric's armor's better than Bull's. I should probably actually craft better armor for Bull. Okay. Seems weird, I should probably do it for post-game, or not, I should do it for, like, the actual end of the game, but... That's fine, and... That's fine. Have I not switched his armor yet? I did. Why is it... You can see I don't tend to upgrade a lot of my rogue's armor, because, I've mentioned this before, I'm not, like, super big on Cole and Sarah, so I usually just stick to, Varric as my rogue. When I have a rogue on my team, it's usually just Varric. And then Bull's is 250, I remember that specifically, his is 250. Oh my! That's lovely. I like this one. We need 309. 309. Nice Dragon Bone. Dragon Bone. Is anything else 309? Yes. Veil Quartz. And we'll do... We need lots of health. 60 maximum, 64 maximum. 40 maximum, 60, and then 52. Veil Quartz again. Seems like the best option. But I don't want to use all my Veil Quartz. Give you some melee defense, and then... Give you some... bow. Fire resistance, I didn't do any of the... I didn't do the thing at the top. I didn't do the masterwork stuff at the top, but that's fine. Whoopsies. So Battlemaster coat. Do we have Battlemaster coat arms and legs? No, we do not have Battlemaster coat legs. Okay. Well, that's unfortunate. We'll just ignore that then. Just like we'll ignore the fact I forgot to do the masterwork stuff for his armor. Okay, we don't have Battlemaster coat legs, so we'll do... this, I guess. Ah, well. Now I gotta re-switch Cassandra's stuff again. Yeah. Dang it. Ah, dang it, I just dyed all your armor, now I gotta re-dye all of it again. Y'all get to watch it all over again. If I have to do it, y'all have to sit through me doing it. What did I have? Nothing in there. Nothing in here. Nothing in here, okay. We'll do Cassandra's first. This was Lazarate, I think, yep. And this was Avar Cotton. This was Avar Twill. And this was Dragon Web, or Dragon Scale, sorry. Bull's was... This is different than what he had before. So Bloodstone here. And this is Velveteen here. These are his gloves. Velveteen here. I don't think it was actually all Velveteen, but it's red, so it's fine. And this can be... Phoenix scales, I guess. Okay. Lovely. Okay. Still got a little bit of time to kill before I... How long have I been streaming? 3 hours, 50 minutes. Okay, Okay. No, I still got lots of time to kill before the end. Okay. Oh! I know what I can do. Wait, no, not deep roads. This. We can do, this. Okay, and then speaking of Cassandra, we'll bring these 3 with me. Cause yeah, my endgame companions will be Dorian, Blackwall Solus, and then the Trespasser DLC, I'll have Dorian, Varric, and Bull. I feel like I need Varric because he's been my pal since the very beginning. He vouched for me from the very beginning. Bull because I
allow
just
the
love
Red
him.
Templars to maintain a foothold here.
Dorian because he's my boyfriend, so it makes sense.
Inquisitor, I've something for you.
And I said it before, once I get my romance companion, they're always on my team and I never take them off. That's not just for this game, it's literally every game I play. Especially Dragon Age, I always have my romance companion on my team, always. Even if it seems weird to me, if I don't romance the same character every playthrough.
No small task given recent troubles, but I've some supplies.
If I'm given multiple options for same-sex options, I mean. Because I don't know if I did mention this actually. With Origins, I have romanced all the companions in Origins before. I've done playthroughs where I romanced all 4 of them. Not one playthrough specifically, obviously. I've had 4 separate playthroughs where I've romanced everyone. I've romanced Morrigan once, Liliana twice, I think. Alistair twice, and every other time it's been Zebron. And then 2, I've not romanced Miri or Isabella, but I've seen my sister romance them, so I'm fine. You cannot get me to romance Sebastian, because his romance just stops and nothing happens. I mean, nothing happens regardless, but unless you kill Anders, he just leaves your team, so the romance seems kind of bad. But I've romanced... When I was younger, I romanced Fenris more, but now that I'm older, I romance Anders more. And with this game, I've romanced Dorian, Bull... Oh god, let's see if I can remember. During specific scenes, I got my sister... Because I wanted to romance Cassandra, but I got my sister to do specific scenes with Dorian, so I didn't have the urge to start Dorian's romance. So I could romance Cassandra. But anyways, Dorian, Bull, Cassandra, Cullen, Solus. Solus was with a mod, so I could romance him as a male character. Blackwall. The only companions the only romanceable characters I never wound up romancing in this game are Josephine and Sarah. And again, I watched my sister go through those romances, so it's fine. And then in Veilguard, like I said, I've romanced Lucanus, Davern, and Emmerich. And my sister romanced Tosh, so I'm fine. And again, I watched a video compilation of all the romances so that I wouldn't feel the urge to go through all of them just to see what they're like. So, it's fine. I actually really enjoy some of those extra romances. Like, I really like Nev's romance. Because hers is as awkward as Lucanus's romance, and I like the awkward, slow build.
The Red Templars have dug in here.
I'm certain King Alistair would appreciate having them removed from Ferelden's shores.
A lot of people were mad because of how kind of slow-paced and not a lot happens with those romances. Like, you're just kind of used to this game where the romances just kind of start. This is also the only... Oh, wait, no. Origins in this game, you have your romance, I guess, copulation. I'll put it nice, the copulation scene. At any point during the game, but with 2, it's as soon as you start the romance with them in Act 2. And in Veilguard, it's not until the end of the game. Which is what BioWare usually does. So I don't see the problem now. How it happens in all the Mass Effect games and a lot of BioWare games, as far as I know. Or at least Dragon Age and Mass Effect. With Mass Effect, the romance scenes really aren't until like the end of the game, except for Andromeda. Andromeda, they're kind of at a certain... there's a certain point in the story where you have the romance consummation, I guess you could say. The romance consummation scenes in Andromeda are earlier than they are in the first 2 Mass Effect games. The first 3 Mass Effect games, it's all right before the very final mission. Same with Veilguard. Whereas with these other Dragon Age games, they're at just different points of the story. Like in this one, you can... Like, I get my romance with Dorian started before I even do the first mission with Hawk in the story, when you get to Skyhold. It's just a matter of who you romance, I guess. Because some of them don't finalize till later on. And I think there's one other one, maybe Josephine's, where there's no, like, actual, like, sex scene, like her and Solus, I think. I could be wrong about Josephine, but I know Solus doesn't have one. I don't remember Josephine's. I just remember Solus's doesn't. You got some cute romantic kiss scenes, but that's about it, I guess. Which is fine. I'm actually pretty okay with that. I want to make it sound like I'm not. It's like why I'm sure some people have an issue with romancing, like, Will in Baldur's Gate 3, because nothing really happens with Will till later on. You don't need to have the consummation scenes to make a good romance, just saying. Which is why I feel like so many more people were mad about the Nev and the Con stuff, but I don't know. I'm not gonna pretend like I know how half these people think. Technically, nothing happens with Sebastian either. So, unsigned journal. The red potion was bitter and burned my throat. It was nothing like the lyrium I know. There was a hum in my mind, a held note that seemed to course through my entire being. The power it brought was incredible. I felt as if I held all the world in my palm, and I could crush it with a thought. Is that what the Maker feels? I can think of nothing else but that power now. A taste of the limitless, makes it impossible for a man to be content with the ordinary. Why be what I am when I can be more?
Many of these Red Templars were good men and women once. A shame to see them corrupted beyond recognition.
I want to throw this out there. I didn't struggle to do the Cassandra romance because I hate Cassandra, because I love Cassandra. She's actually one of my favorite Dragon Age companions. But when I'm a male character, I always have the urge to romance Dorian. It was very hard for me to do the Bull romance too, but I managed a lot easier than with the Cassandra one. I don't know why, it was just the urge. The urge is always there. And I've romanced... Each of those other characters was one time, like Blackwall, Solus, Cullen, Cassandra, those were all like, I romanced them once. Bull, I think, was 3 times. Next, there was my one character. Yeah, I've romanced Bull, sorry, as an elf, a Quinari, and a dwarf. Yes, that's 3 times. And Dorian, I don't even know. I lost track of how many times I've romanced Dorian. I've never romanced him as a dwarf, though. It's like with Bull, I never did as a human. But I've romanced Dorian as every race but a dwarf, and Bull as every race but a human. And only once did I make my character to romance Bull, not a redhead. And that was my elf. He had black hair. Bull has a thing for redheads, I may as well indulge him. Which is funny in retrospect, because if you don't romance him or Dorian, they do start dating. Interestingly enough. Oops. But you can't romance Dorian and you can't romance Bull, and they need to be on your team enough to have the great dialogue. Which is good, because in Origins they don't have a couple who actually gets together, like between companions. And then 2 has... The Fenris and Isabella one is... That one's shoddy at best, because they have some weird scenes where Isabella's like wants to do like role-playing with Fenris as a slave, and it's like you do realize what happened to him. So that one's just kind of and it's more of a friends with benefits thing, so it doesn't matter. And then this game has those 2, like Dorian and Bull, which starts out as a friends with benefits thing, I think, and then just actually evolves into an actual romance. And then Veilguard has 3 separate ones, depending on who you do or do not romance. Which I think is hilarious. And then the only ones who can wind up not getting with anyone at any point are Davrin and Balara, so of course, by some coincidence, the elven companions are the ones who don't get with anyone, and that's dating them. I don't know. I think that. I always thought that was funny.
I believe we've broken the Templars' hold here.
There may yet be stragglers, but we've dashed whatever plans they might have had.
Yeah, I just thought that was funny. So I'm not gonna like throw out who gets with who. But I mean, those 2 unless you date them, Balara and Davrin don't date anyone unless you date them. Oops. And I remember, because DA2 did the same thing, where you could romance, like, everyone as either gender, except for Sebastian. And then people didn't like that. So, or they didn't like how you could only romance characters as specific genders in Origins, because it kind of restricted certain romances. And then in DA2, they made it so you could romance everyone as either gender. And then people got mad. And then in this game, they had a lot more gender restrictions on romances. People got mad again, and then they did it in Veilguard, where you could romance anyone as any character, like any gender, and this still got mad. Although, the difference being in, although, to be fair, in DA2 there's the implication they actually all have dialogue that implies they're all at least bisexual, as far as I know. Same with, Veilguard, I think. Yeah. Because if you don't romance Emmerich, he gets with a male character. I remember that. And then Tosh gets with a female character. Some people like that, I guess. I don't know. And I'm only saying it on that front of Tosh, because Tosh is... Excuse me, non-binary. Sorry, I had to clear my throat. I don't know. It was just a whole thing, I remember. it's in the front of no matter what someone or people do in a game, there's going to be a huge portion of people that even though they got exactly what they wanted, they're still mad that it's not exactly to the T what they wanted. Well, this isn't what
Stay alert.
we wanted.
We're in the beast's territory now.
But I'm pretty sure, but that is exactly what you wanted. No, but it's not exactly how I wanted it, because I wanted it this way. So I wanted it this specific way, but altered slightly to match my exact needs. I don't know. Or they didn't mark everything off of everyone's bucket list. You know what my bucket list was for Veilguard? A new Dragon Age game. I didn't care about anything else, and guess what? I went in there with the expectations of, it's a Dragon Age game, I'm excited for it, and it turns out I still love it anyways. Because it's a Dragon Age game. And I can at least live with the knowledge that Dragon Age had one of the Dragon Age games won a Game of the Year award. So I can live with that. My sister's favorite video game franchise didn't have a Game of the Year, but my favorite video game franchise won a Game of the Year. So I'm quite content with that. I don't know how much stiff competition this game had back when it came out, but I don't care because it still won Game of the Year back in 2014. See if I missed anything else. And just go hunt some stuff, get some stuff done, because I still don't want to end the stream too early. I'll start the end game sequence at about 9:45 to 10, I think. That should be enough time. Still about another 40 minutes.
Finally, some humidity.
Get some dragons. This is the dragon from when you first come to the Storm Coast. By the way. Get some experience. Kind of what the thing is I'm trying to get some experience to make Trespasser a little easier, because Trespasser's kind of like, I don't know what There's a lot of dragons in this game, by the way. I'm not going to hunt all of them, I'm just going to hunt them. Okay, I can't do myself before I sneeze. What else? God. Oh God. Oh, stop. Oh God. No, no. These are all Gabe's over there, Mr. Dorian, or... You know what, I remember the day because I wanted to spend some time playing this game like way back. Of course, this was a couple months after it came out. And I spent a bunch of time going around looking up, well, I was looking up a guide so I could figure out where to get all the dragons, because there's a couple that are kind of out of the way. Like this one, and then there's the one in, oh, what's the area called? For some reason I can't remember it. Oh, why do I not remember the name? Hissing Waste. The Hissing Waste one is super out of the way. And I was looking up a guide, and I remember my dad and my sister were gone, like, all day. And it was super... Well, I remember it... It's like an oddly specific memory, but I remember it being super cold, because it was when the game first came, a couple months after it came out, so it was January. It's January, typical January in Canada, it was freezing. And my dad and my sister were gone all day. I stayed home because I had an absolutely horrible migraine. And then, which was funny because by the time they got home, my migraine was fine, but they left at like 8 in the morning, and they didn't come back till 5 or 6 o'clock at night. I can't remember what they were doing. But at about, I think it was like 10 or 11 in the morning, excuse me, a couple hours after they left, so it was like 10 or 11 in the morning, where my migraine finally calmed down, sorry. And that's when I got up and I mean, my head still hurt like a bitch, but it was better. And I looked up a guide, and I just spent that whole time just hunting dragons in this game. Then the last one I did, because when my first ever playthrough of this game was with not with this character specifically, but this character, he had the same name, and he was a mage. So his name was Sadron, he was a mage, but he had a different build. He was a cold, like an ice magic user. And there's I think there's 3 dragons. Excuse me, hold on. Excuse me, there's 3 dragons in the Emprise du Lion, and there's the one that uses, this is the one where you actually have to get, you get an achievement from beating it with a certain trial on.
Inquisitor.
But anyways, I remember that fight because it was it's an ice-using dragon, and I didn't want to restart the battle and switch my teammates. That battle specifically took me about 25 minutes. And I was in the middle of that battle when my dad and my sister came home. Again, I don't know why, that's such an oddly specific memory. It was like, I remember getting Dragon's Dogma Dark Arisen like the day it came out. My sister bought it. And I remember we had 2 TVs in our living room, because my sister and I liked to sit downstairs and play games while our dad watched TV. Or movies, or whatever he watched. He was using the... we had 2 360s. That's what it was. So he was using one 360, we were using another one. Because this was back when the 360 was the new console. Or the newest, sorry. And then I remember when Dragon's Dogma Dark Arisen came out. I specifically remember that was the day we got a humidifier for my sister's cat. Because, I mean, it was great to have, but we got it specifically because my sister's cat was having trouble breathing because she had lung cancer. It was a whole thing. So we helped her breathe a little easier before she passed away. But as I remember getting it, and my sister's cat survived for another like 4 or 5 weeks. But anyways, we got that, and I remember having no lights on, fighting the Grim Reaper enemy with the humidifier running, and my dad watching Fast 5 movie, I think it was, in the background. So I was like watching that and playing my game at the same time, while my sister was upstairs with the cat. Or the cats, sorry. So we had 6 cats at that point in the house. Man, that's another just like strangely specific memory I have in my head. I don't know why. And I remember getting a bunch of messages from, because you know, you traded pawns and stuff. If you remember how that game worked. You would like use pawns or go to like the, what is it called? Like the other world or whatever, where you would go and recruit other people's pawns and just use their pawns to do whatever. And I had someone who had my pawn forever, and they were sending me messages over the Xbox 360 messaging system, which of course was terrible. And they kept pestering me with messages about how to beat one, because there's a couple Reaper spawns in that expansion or whatever, and they were trying to get me to tell them how to do it because I had the achievement where I beat one of them. Now it's like, you really want me to type all this out over Xbox 360 Messenger when I do not have a keyboard expansion on my controller? It was a whole thing. I wound up eventually getting it written down and set the message out. And then that person never even sent me a friend request. What an asshole. What, I'll just do some stuff here. Yeah, like, there's some weird stuff that I don't know why I remember it. Like those weird memories that just kind of stick in your head for no reason. Like the day we got when the Dragon Age Awakening expansion first came out, and we had ordered it and put it on when Walmart had layaway. We had it there, and then I remember, I think it was my mom who came home with it, and my sister and I were the only other ones home at the time, and we were sitting in the dark in the living room, and my sister was on the computer, and I think I was watching Pandora's Hearts or something. I don't know why. That's another distinctly weird memory I have in my head. And then immediately stopped watching the anime and just popped Awakening in and just played Dragon Age Origins, Dragon Age Awakening, and Dragon Age 2 so much. Because this was before before everything was downloadable. We played those games so much that we wore the discs out. I mean, we still buy physical copies if possible, but sometimes it's hard to buy physical copies. So yeah, we wore the discs out. That's how much we played some of those games. And there's some games where I'm surprised the discs still work. Okay, I don't know where the other ones. Oh, they're all on there. Oh, here's a remnant. See what I mean when I said they're not all in the DLC? It's just hard to find them in the base game. It's like other games that we still have the discs for that I'm surprised still work. Like Pokemon Coliseum. We got that game back when we first got our GameCube in like 2005. And that still works. That's our original copy of that game. And Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelist of the Roses, like the PlayStation 2 game, we still have the original copy of like that game. And Castlevania Lament of Innocence, Castlevania Curse of Darkness. Those are just some games I remember us having copies of the games the year after they came out, and they still work, and the games have been out for easy 20 years, over 20 years. Because I remember getting all those games when they first came out, or when we first got the console, sorry. And we still actually have our original copy of Wind Waker, I just don't know where it is. Or if the disc even still works. An original copy of Animal Crossing, like for the GameCube, which originally I think was for the N64 in Japan. Which is funny, because I wound up only ever playing like 3 of the Animal Crossing games. I never played the one for the Wii. Or there's one other one for the DS or the 3DS or something. I don't know, I never played those ones. I played the original one for the GameCube. I did try playing City Folk, which I think is the one for the Wii, and I didn't like it. Because I didn't like the controls. So, I never owned it, but I did play it, technically. So, never mind, I did play that one. New Leaf, which was the one for the 3DS, and then New Horizons, I don't want to know how many hours I put into that game. Because I still worked during COVID, so I didn't have the luxury of just sitting around and playing it all day, every day. But I still spent a lot of time playing it. Because yeah, I lost my one job back in 2020, but it had nothing to do with COVID, because it was at like the end of 2020. It was like October. My last day of working there was actually Halloween. Because they kept us there just long enough to deal with like one of the busiest days of the year, and then they're like, yeah, get out. And I found a job like immediately, and then my sister took an extra year to find a job, because I think she said she looked, but I really just don't think she looked, ever. But that's neither here nor there. Okay. Now, I don't actually remember this quest, so I don't know what I'm doing here. Find Weedrus. Weedless. And anyways, we have other games that we've had for a while, but we didn't get them when they like came out. Like Pokemon Channel, we rented it a bunch. We didn't actually physically own it forever. And then XD, we got eventually. And then we have Mario Party 4 or 5 or 6. I don't know, whichever one of those introduced the microphone. I don't know which one of those games introduced the microphone, but whichever one did, that was the one we got with our GameCube. Can't believe I didn't do this. I totally forgot to do that, that makes me feel dumb. Yeah, because my sister and I got our GameCube. It was one that came with Mario Party, like 5 or 6 or something, I don't know. It came with the Mario Party game, and then we each got money to buy... Okay, so it came with the Mario Party game, and then they also bought us Wind Waker to go with it. And then my sister and I got money from other relatives that we used to buy other games. So when we first got our GameCube, we had 4 games for it by default, because we went out that next morning, sorry, not the same night, but the next morning. And then she bought Pokemon Coliseum, and I bought the Animal Crossing game for the GameCube. And I remember that. Yeah, it came with or did it come with Wind Waker? It might have come with Wind Waker and we got... No, it came with Wind Waker and then we got Mario Party as an extra gift. And then we bought Animal Crossing and Coliseum. And then those are the only 4 games we had for a long time. Because, we had 4 games right after we got it, so we had lots of games to play. And that was way back when they still sold GameCube games.
Inquisitor.
Right at the mall. And they weren't even locked behind glass cases at that point. Back in the innocent days. And they still sold Nintendo DS and Nintendo GameCube games. just sitting out on the shelves. Because now the only games not behind glass cases are the discount bin games that no one even wants. I don't recall the last time I actually bought a game from discount bin. Because most of the time, when I get a game that's cheaper or discounted, I usually see it on sale on the online store, or I already own the game because I wanted it when it first came out and didn't want to wait for it to be in a discount bin. I honestly do not recall buying a lot of games from those bins. I feel like there is some, that none are coming to mind. Oh god. Even now, there's still some games I like seeing there. Sometimes I'm like, oh man, that game looks sick, but I already have it. The only game that I've ever seen in there that I had a slight urge to maybe get was a copy of New Vegas. But my sister had just bought it a couple weeks before that. And I didn't see the point of getting another copy just to bring up to my mom's house when I visited her, so I just wound up downloading it. So I didn't have to tote a bunch of games around with me everywhere. So ultimately that was just wound up being easier. If you go from one house to the next, it's easier just to have the digital games instead of, you know, bringing out physical games or bringing around a whole ass console. So luckily we always had multiples of the same console. We had a lot of Xbox 360s. Well, because a lot of them broke. At least I can say I never had a console start on fire. That sounds like a horror story. Because I remember we used to have a store here where they had like displays of things and you could say you wanted this or this and they would order it for you. If you couldn't find it anywhere else, essentially it was just like a... If you wanted to get like a console and you couldn't find one, they would order it for you and bring it to the store or whatever. I can't remember what that store was called. But I remember that store being there. What's this? But I remember that being there, and they had a display with a PlayStation 3 in there. And luckily someone was working at the time, but they were just doing their casual job, and all of a sudden the PlayStation, because they had it running to play like movies and stuff, you know, to give the store a little more, I don't know, a homey feeling, ambiance, I don't know. They had movies playing on the PlayStation 3, anyways, and they didn't have it, I think they had it like in a little TV stand, so they didn't have it like super duper well ventilated. And the damn PlayStation started on, like it sparked, and there was a little fire, so the PlayStation 3 started on fire. Luckily, like I said, there was someone there, so there was actually, like, no damage to anything but the, obviously, no longer working PlayStation. And...
That's a lot of bridge to destroy.
Yeah.
We might be able to rebuild this.
But yeah, that was, the only damage was to the no longer working PlayStation and the TV stand. Like, a little bit of the TV stand. Like, it wasn't a big fire. But anyways, moral of the story is PlayStation 3 started on fire. Luckily, I've never had a console start on fire. Because I always put my cons... Ever since I heard about that, and that happened when I was, like, 13? 14? I don't remember how old I was. PlayStation 3 was the newest PlayStation console at that point, so whenever that... roughly when that was. Anyways, I was in middle school. And ever since then, I always put my consoles in well-ventilated areas. And why I never put laptops on, just set them on furniture, because I know they can actually start fires on furniture. I always put them on a hard surface that can't start on fire, or has a hard time starting on fire, or I put a fan underneath it. Like one of those fans that you can just set underneath it and plug it in and it ventilates the, circulates the air. That's what I was looking for. It circulates the air. I always make sure to have one of those. Wow, Despair Demons are vulnerable to fire damage. And that's all you need to know about them, clearly. But I remember for so long wanting a PlayStation 3. And then, by the time we had the ability to get a PlayStation 3, the PlayStation 4 was already out. So we just completely skipped over the PlayStation 3.
Your worship.
And a lot of the games I would have been interested in playing just came out for the PlayStation 4, or as like a PlayStation Plus thing where you could just do backwards compatibility stuff. Although the backwards compatibility stuff with the PlayStation is a lot worse than the Xbox's ever was.
Let's look around.
The PlayStation's backwards compatibility was always kind of shady at best. I'm not saying the Xbox's was great, but it was better than the PlayStation's. Could play Xbox games on the Xbox 360. Although I did want to play Walking Dead Survival Instinct on my Xbox, and I learned that's one of the games they did not make backwards compatible, and I was very sad. It's a terrible game. Absolutely terrible. But I loved that game. And I watched a couple playthroughs of it. Like a couple years ago, and I was like, you know what, I kind of want to play it, so I popped it in my Xbox, and it was like, disc unable to be read, and I was like, oh man. But I want to play this really shitty Walking Dead game, come on. Walking Dead doesn't have, like, any good games, but that one's one of the worst ones. But it's got Daryl in it. Daryl's the main character. Come on, guys. Gotta understand.
A dragon. What a perfect way to ruin our day.
It'll get worse, Dorian, trust me. We're about to do the end of the game. I think this is the dragon you have to fight with that one trial activated, where your potions only heal 1 HP. I think this is the dragon you have to fight. This was the dragon that it took me like 25 minutes to beat. It took me forever to beat it. I think I had Dorian, Bull, and Varric on my team. Not the best dragon hunting team. Because And that was also, again, my first playthrough. My first playthrough is always kind of shoddy-ish at best because of the equipment, and I don't understand the mechanics super well. Ow. Thank you. Yeah, you try to panic that dragon, Dory. Oh, they're frozen. Oh god, help! I'm good. Oh, and so is Cassandra? Yep, that was Cassandra. It's like, where did this dragon go? Okay, it's over here. Always stay on the move. Away. Let's just get a minute. It keeps flying away. I attack it like 4 times and then it just dips. God, just land, damn it. Go. Yeah, there's 10 dragons in the base game, but then there's also a couple other ones. Nope. There I go. Hey, that's Malcolm's honor in DA2. Okay, this is actually better armor than what you two have, but, it's too close to the end of the game for me to care. I don't like sigils. I've mentioned that 100 times before. Got some stuff I can turn in and sell and then actually do the end of the game. Okay. I'll just go here, kill a dragon, and then dip. So I'm just trying to find something to do to pass on, because like I said, I was going to start the end of the game sequence at about quarter to 10. I was going to say quarter to 11, but that's way too late. Quarter to 10, sorry. Oopsies. Phew. And then, like I said, I will stream Dying Light 2 on Monday, and then this on Tuesday, because I don't know exactly how long Trespasser is gonna take. Again, it could have been because it was my first stint back with the game after a couple years, but it took me about 6.5-ish hours roughly. So I don't know how long it's actually going to take me now. Because that was also when I was listening to all the dialogue and I couldn't remember where to go for certain sections. Because I remember, in my mind, I can picture certain locations, but I can't remember how to do them specifically. I'm so close to level 25. But I'm way over what I need to be recommended. I think it's level 21 is the recommended level for the end of the game.
The Inquisitor's work is never done, I see.
I need to talk to you.
Just talk? Such a pity.
I was hoping to steal a moment alone with you.
You have but to ask. Amatus. Lead the way.
And then I like to save it before I start the end of the game. And then I like to save it after I beat the game. And then I like to save it for... You know what? Just give me a second. I want to see how I saved it with this other character. Don't mind this. So it was... that end of the game. And then it was... Okay, I think that was... Okay, so I think what I did... Clearly I took a break from playing it for a few days. I think I saved it at the end of the game. After I beat the final boss. I remember if I save it here and then don't... I think I save it right before I do the actual final Trespasser DLC. I think. You know, let me double check. Actually, hold on. I'm just gonna switch the screen because I need to see something here, lest I spoil everyone. I just need to see when I saved these. But no one gets to see, because then it's spoilery. Okay, yeah, and then... When was this save? Okay, yeah, that is what I did. Okay. Okay, yeah. Gotcha. I just wanted to make sure I didn't want to do all that, lest I spoiled people. Okay. Now we're back here. Just checking, because I like to save in very specific locations, but I couldn't remember how I saved it the last time. Also, I needed to pass by a couple more minutes. Ha-hoo! Oh. Okay, so Doom Upon the World. Oh, it's level 19. Oh, I'm way above where I need to be. So with his forces routed...
turning into a bit of a dragon hunter, I've heard.
Sorry, with his forces routed, and now is the time to find Corypheus before he can recover and force him out into the open. Warning! This starts events that lead to the end of the story. You can continue to play the game afterwards, but some content may not be available. Complete any important tasks before beginning this operation.
find what you need, Inquisitor.
I found that and then some, believe me.
Then all that remains is to find Corypheus before he comes to us.
We've been looking for his base since all this began, with no success.
His dragon must come and go from somewhere.
Oh, what about the deep roads? We could send word to Orzammar, hire envoys to...
Oh, God.
Corypheus.
He did that? But why?
Either I close the breach again, or it swallows the world.
But that's Magnus. Wouldn't it kill him as well?
Inquisitor, we have no forces to send with you. We must wait for them to return from the Arbor Wilds.
Just as Corypheus expects, I suppose.
Dum dum dum. Oh, ouch. Holding the dog's lead with my foot. Because every time I clip it to my chair, he pulls and it hurts. At least with my foot, I can loosen it if it gets too tight on him. I can't do that with the chair. So I've just got a lead underneath my foot. Plus gives me a little more flexibility and I can turn my chair without worrying.
Tell me, where is your maker now? Call him. Call down his wrath upon me. You cannot, for he does not exist. I am Corypheus. I shall deliver you from this lie in which you linger. Bow before your new god and be spared.
Never!
Never.
As you
It ends here, Corypheus.
And so it You have been most successful in foiling my plans, but let us not forget what you are. A thief in the wrong place, at the wrong time, an interloper, a gnat. We shall prove here, once and for all,
awesome, thanks,
which of us is worthy of godhood.
You're not proving anything by talking.
Dun,
A
dun,
dragon,
dun.
how clever of you. It will avail you nothing. You will fall as a warning to those who oppose my divine will. If you desire death, you shall have it.
Sorry. Move your foot. Actually move your foot, don't
Enough! I will destroy you where you stand.
I've had the blanket longer than I've had you. Technically. There. I moved the blanket.
Look at you, wearing slave markings on your face with pride. You are nothing. A race of sniveling cowards that shrink before defeat. I will destroy you where you stand.
Dude, you're saying two sentences at once. Can you please not? You're confusing my poor small brain. I was gonna mention too, I will mute it during the credits song specifically. There's a little segment that's got some like post-game story stuff, but what happens to the companions after the story. Ow. I'm quite close to that to work. Oopsies. Sorry, souls. Oh boy. I think there's one more supply cache I can get later tonight. So glad even his bear can just get casually dispelled.
I will destroy you where you stand. As you wish.
Ow. Oh god. I lifted up the blanket so he'd stop flying at it, and I accidentally got parts of the tangled in it, and opened that.
You dare to touch it.
Dragons. Cool dragon fight. Walk away for a minute. I thought I've seen this scene, but I've seen this scene 100 times. And I didn't have time to finish checking it before the cutscene was done. So let me finish up here. Because I like to keep this stuff organized, and it is extremely unorganized, so I want to organize it before I get too much more distracted. Okay, there we go. I can see that. There goes my dragon. Oh yeah, and if you don't have that dragon, I'm pretty sure you have to fight this dragon alone. Because you obviously don't always get that dragon. How could I do that? Okay, so let's move out of the way. And Dorian. Oh god, you're both there. At least from what I can remember, it's been a while since I haven't done that. So you drink from the It's been a hot minute since I've done something outside of the wall. Don't rudely kick me, please. Thanks. Given how smoothly this fight's going, I'm not sure if it's a good idea to get the as shocking as it sounds, I know Kryptos is the final boss fight.
Let it end here! Let the skies boil! Let the world be rent asunder!
I think there's another supply cache up there.
No, I will not allow you this victory. You and all the heathen barbarians shall burn.
You don't need to be so callous, man. Come on. Heathen barbarians. Gotta hit me where it hurts me.
The breach is getting big!
Sorry, my dog was laying on his
He's
back.
really doing
It's
it!
funny.
We have to stop him!
He was rolling around attacking the rope and he dropped it and rolled onto his back just to try to get better access to it. He gave up, rolled onto his stomach and just grabbed it again, honestly. He gave up on one toy just to roll over and grab another one. He's got 3 rope toys. I don't know what they are. I think that was gold. It's still there, it's still living. Ow, no, don't kill me, baby. Nice. And there we go.
Not like this. I have walked the halls of the Golden City, crossed the ages.
I thought this would take a whole lot longer, but it's only been
Do not, ancient ones, I
10
beseech
minutes.
you.
And
If you exist, if you ever truly existed, aid me now!
You wanted into the fade.
Ooh. Gave him what he wanted, man. Scrunch. And we die to the end. I've got like a little blood spot. Oh, there we go. It's like I have like a little blood spot on the back of my jacket. No, there's a bunch on there.
Solus?
The orb.
I know you wanted the orb saved. I'm so sorry.
It is not your fault.
There's more, isn't there?
It was not supposed to happen this way, no matter what comes. I want you to know you shall always have my respect.
Inquisitor, are you alive?
Live and well.
Then it's over. How lovely.
And you're alive. And I'm alive. Incredible, isn't it?
And the sky is healed, healthy, whole. There's just that left to remember.
Looks that way.
What do we do now?
We go back to Skyhold.
We go back to Skyhold. Aye. But then again, there's also a lot of this endgame stuff we have to sit through, so... Yahoo! Dun 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 bum.
A moment, my lord.
My agents have found no trace of Solus. He has simply vanished. If he does not wish to be found, there's likely nothing we can do. But I will keep looking.
Why would he just leave? Something must be wrong.
You said he was upset about the orb.
That can't be the only reason.
Now that Corypheus has been defeated, we have a moment to stop and celebrate. Afterwards, you will be busy. Every noble in southern Thedas is clamoring to meet you.
Hooray!
The fighting's over. Why do they want to meet me now?
You're joking, yes? They wish to bask in the glory of your victory, hoping that some of it will rub off on them. Everyone
Don't
knows
rub off
Empress
on me,
Celine
please.
owes you her life and her throne. 1,000 problems remain, and your opinion will be sought on each one, whether you wish to give it or not.
Oh, now they're lining up to meet me.
Such is the way of things. Previously, you were an upstart, a Dalish elf leading a band of rebels and heretics. Until Corypheus revealed himself, They could not see the single hand behind the chaos.
Right.
Once he did, they knew. A Magister and a Darkspawn in one creature. The ultimate evil. Now you are the only power left standing. Enjoy the evening while you can, Inquisitor.
Now I gotta talk to everyone. I don't have to, but I like to.
Am I imagining it? Or do we have a moment to breathe?
Definitely your imagination. The party, the cake. It's all an elaborate dream.
Maker knows I could use the sleep. You should hear the stories they're telling in the barracks. The pride in their voices. Some of the soldiers have requested leave to return home, but many would follow us still. You are proof that the Inquisition has made a difference, and that we will continue to do so.
Our soldiers put their trust in you, Cullen. I appreciate everything you've done.
I should be thanking you. You gave me a chance to prove myself. In your place, I'm not sure I would have done the same.
Considering you're talking to me with your back to my face.
I'm sure everyone desires your attention. Enjoy the party, Inquisitor.
All this pomp and ceremony. Can't top seeing that bastard Corypheus burn. No matter what happens to me now, I can say I was there. I helped you bring him down.
It took all of us, but we did it.
I shudder to think where we'd be without you leading us. So now that you've saved the world, what's next? Hoping to put it all back together?
Huh.
Someone has to fix things. Might as well be me.
If anyone can do it, you can.
Glad
if
you
you
have
ever
faith
need
in
my
me.
help, you know where to find me. I'll be ready.
Because I don't have faith in me.
So, demons, dragons, giant asshole Vint on a big magic rock. You don't let it get dull, boss. Good stuff.
How is that good in any way, Bull?
We all walked away. Chantry folk are picking up what's left of Corypheus with a dustpan and a pastry scraper. It's weird. I joined the Inquisition under orders from the Ben Hasrat and stayed because Corypheus was an asshole. Now that it's done,
You know what?
I've got no orders.
No better reason to join.
I can go wherever I want.
You know I'll find you the best fights.
I know. Anyway, the only place I'm going tonight is back for more drinks. To us, being alive, and the bad guys not. Nah.
I miss Varric. Gotta go back and talk to Varric.
People died. More still are hurting. They need help.
Of course, now the dog's hyper when it's 10 o'clock at night.
I want to. The part of me that's me needs to, after all this. The servants are drinking. Some of them are drinking while lying down.
You have any interest in joining them?
I don't know. Not now. It makes things more complicated. And I'm not ready. Someday. Maybe. What happens next? Where do we go?
It'll be interesting to see what comes next.
Yes. Because of you.
Yes, because of me.
Thank you for letting me stay.
I forgot to talk to Varric. Hi, Varric.
I've been starting to think about putting all this into a book. Right now I'm thinking, this shit is weird, the Inquisitor Llewellyn story. It's a working title.
Huh.
I'm glad you've gone back to writing.
Well, nothing's certain until it's in print. I still haven't decided if I should do this book. As if anyone will believe this story if I tell it. Not to mention, I'll have my hands full with reconstruction and relief efforts in the free marches as soon as I get back.
The Inquisition could still use you here.
That's generous of you, but it's past time that I went back and took care of things in Kirkwall. I'm not leaving for a while yet, though. We'll have to get in at least one game of Wicked Grace before I go.
Sounds like a plan,
Curly
sir.
needs to win back some of his dignity.
I'll talk to Dorian last. Dorian's like right next to this table, but
Finally got a party, yeah? A bit of fun for saving the world. It's the least Andraste's herald deserves for making things normal again. Except for, you know, everything ever again.
Huh.
I mean, is this for us or for her? Or, you know, him? Because I was there and I still don't know what's real.
Huh.
In the wake of this mess, people should think whatever brings them comfort.
So, you don't know? Like everyone else? Fine. Put it all behind us. Still some things to do yet, right? Because I'm in no hurry to go back to... Valrio. That's where I was. You mind if people still stay around? Or whatever?
This is home, if you'll have it.
Shut at you. I cry, I'm punching everyone. Alright, enough of that. Is this a party or what? Raise them for winning! Big freaking heroes, Inquisitor. All of us.
Ugh, I should never have hired a new caterer so late.
Leave it be, Josie. Everything's fine.
It is not! I'm so sorry, nothing's quite as it should be. Do you like the drinks? I'm not sure about them.
If I told you the port was a little dry, would you burst into flame?
You're joking, yes? Please tell me you're joking. What a disaster. So much was late, the invitations to our guests barely went out at all, and it was so wonderful to prepare for a small banquet instead of the end of the world. Do you know what everyone is talking about tonight, from commoners to kings? Us. Thedas is discussing the success of the Inquisition.
Are you descending into open boasting, Lady Montillier?
I can scarcely think of a better time. Truly, we will never forget those we lost. But for tonight, to victory.
Enjoying the refreshments? Josephine sent all the way to the capital for the petit four.
Oh, I love tiny cakes. And there's so many. Which should I try first?
I would avoid the dark ones topped with gold dust. Deep mushroom and anise. An awful combination, but it's quite popular in Valrayo. I believe they call it the exquisite misery.
Exquisite misery.
Ole. Why did we save her again? To you, Inquisitor. For
Deep
all
mushroom
done.
and anise. That sounds absolutely terrible. Oops, I gotta go back and talk to Cassandra still.
So much to do, my dear. I'll be returning to Valwayo to organize the Loyalist mages. The Empress requires my expertise during what is sure to be a difficult transition. But that will wait. Are you enjoying the celebration? Josephine was in a frenzy arranging it.
As a matter of fact, I am.
This is all for you, darling. Enjoy yourself. You've earned it. Go mingle.
I sure have.
The night is still young.
I can't believe it's over. It seemed an impossible task. Defy the Chantry, build the Inquisition from nothing, defeat a creature that would be a god. And yet here we are, celebrating.
I wasn't sure we'd make it either.
A rather bizarre feeling, as if we've stumbled blindly into a forbidden future.
Better than the future we saw at Redcliffe.
Much better. I intend to rebuild the Seekers of Truth, to make us the order we were meant to be. That will take time. Meanwhile, I am free to remain with the Inquisition. I think
Hooray.
back to how we first met, and here you stand. You are the Inquisitor, a symbol of hope and change to so many, and you are my friend. How did that happen, I wonder? I'm pleased it did. You are a great man, and I will always stand at your side.
And just Dorian left. And then I always save it before I talk to who I romance at the end. It's like if you're romancing Blackwall or Cullen, because they're like way at the start of the area, whereas everyone else is in the middle or end.
I was passing through the hall this morning and a serving girl saw me and squealed. Actually squealed, dropped her laundry and everything. Such a mess. She was completely breathless.
You were at the battle with the evil one, weren't you?
I didn't even get a chance to answer. She hugged me. Hugged me. This is your influence.
Admit it, you're having a ball.
I don't trust camaraderie. All these people smiling, buying me drinks. It's unnatural. Mind you, I can't say I hate the notion of being the good Tevinter. I suppose you can't all be evil bastards. The blacksmith said that, and he spat when we first met. I hope my father hears. He will shit his small clothes from shock, I swear.
I'm happy you're here, after all that's happened.
I fully expected to die. It would have been thematically appropriate. And you could have been a martyr. Oh, the songs they would have composed.
There will still be songs.
Yes, but they won't have the same gravitas. We'll just have to be satisfied with being alive. And together.
Hooray.
I've decided to stay with the Inquisition. For now.
You will?
There's no you in Tevinter. What else matters?
How romantic. Yeah, there's still the post-credit scene where it's got what happens to everyone, and then the actual credits. And I can't do my whole long list of things I enjoy about the game just yet, because the game's not actually over, because I still gotta do the expansion.
Going somewhere, Amatis? You didn't think one brief chat would be enough, did you?
You do know we have all the time in the world now.
You say that, but I'm not waiting until the sky splits open again. See? Much better.
Huh.
Yes, I'm sure you have all the things to say. 2 things in private before you run off. First, you are terribly dull and I hate you.
What's the second?
I hope this ends soon.
Tis said that Corypheus woke after his long slumber and found the world gone awry. He fought to bring back those days of magic and shadow, to raise himself as a god and set things right. Now, we are left with a scar
They have
in the
another
sky
one of
to
these at the end
remind
of
us
Trespasser,
of
by
what
the way.
almost was. It tells us that a great victory against chaos was won, but left the world forever changed.
It's just not narrated. You gotta read it yourself.
Consider the mighty empire of Orlais, where Empress Celine remains on her golden throne. The civil war is ended, the elven resistance pacified, but it is said Gaspar yet plots his return from exile. How long before the Empress missteps, and he raises banners once more? This fear hounds her every move. Fortunately for Celine, her gratitude towards the Inquisition has remained strong. Some claim she clings too tightly to the Alliance. Others know it is all that stands between her and defeat.
Best
The
believe
Grey
it.
Wardens of the South slowly rebuild in the months following the events at Adamant. They declare it time for the Order to emerge from the shadows, to join the rest of humanity in fighting their ancient foes. Rumors abound that they severed ties with their leaders at Weishaupt, and that a bitter war now rages between them. What becomes of Hawk is unknown, save that all news out of Weishaupt soon ends.
Dun
Does
dun
the sun's
dun.
silence indicate a battle within? or something far worse.
Dun dun.
1 month after the defeat of Corypheus, the Chantry names Leliana as successor to the Sunburst throne. Given the name Divine Victoria, she first declares an end to the Circle of Magi. The mages will now govern themselves. She opens the priesthood to other races, declares support for the Inquisition, and rededicates the Chantry to the principle of charity. Divine Victoria is controversial from the start. Several new sects arise, resisting her reforms and declaring her rule a threat to the faith. Her response is as swift as it is deadly. Unity is maintained, but blood runs through the halls of the Grand Cathedral.
Oh, yeah.
The Inquisition's mages, the former rebels led by Grand Enchanter Fiona, are left with a choice. When Leliana disbands the circles, they leave the Inquisition and reform the College of Enchanters as a new order. The college, they say, will allow mages of the South to gather in peace and seek new solutions to age-old problems. For the moment, it appears to be working. Mages are enjoying unprecedented acceptance throughout Thedas. And what of the Inquisition itself? It has eyes and ears in every hall. No secrets are beyond its reach, and that knowledge has become the source of its power. I leave Skyhold now, knowing that power will continue to grow. The Inquisitor is a symbol to many, a leader of the changing world order. To others, he has become a target.
Oh no.
They linger in the shadows, waiting for their day to come. When it does, the Inquisition shall stand ready.
I had to mute it quick. I was in the wrong screen. Yeah, so I'm just, yeah, I'm just gonna keep it muted because I don't want to risk anything. It is just the music from the main menu that's playing, but again, you never want to run any risks. So, like I said, I've got... Actually, you know what, while this is going on, I'll still talk to everyone. I'm gonna edit my schedule now, and then that way I can just have it posted later. 'Cause like I said, I'm moving... Okay, well this is actually perfect, because I've got my streams listed as Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So then I'll switch these around. And then... But now, herein lies my problem. What do I stream? I think I'll stream Pokemon on Thursday. Because right now on my stream schedule, because I have like a template out, and it's Dying Light 2, Inquisition, Veilguard, Inquisition again. So I'll just switch that. Actually, no. Okay, excellent. I have to like super shrink this text though, because Pokemon Sword Monotype Water Challenge is a lot of text to fit on here. So yeah, next week is actually going to be all different games. Normally, like I said, I usually stream twice in that, but starting next week as well, starting with Veilguard, I will only be streaming that once a week. So yeah, I'm not gonna go in my whole every reason I love this game talk because the game's not actually done yet. Now, if I streamed this way back when it first came out, then that would be different. Because when this game first came out, I played it way back before it had any DLC. The only DLC it technically had was the DLC, or the stuff you always get like through pre-order and stuff and all that. But as it stands right now, got nothing. So, okay, I already have my schedule typed out, and then I will... Actually, you know what? While I'm waiting, because there's... Oh, by the way, there's also there's another cutscene at the end of this, so I'm gonna have to pay attention and make sure I unmute it accordingly. So I'm gonna actually post the schedule now. Okay, now the song's changed. It's not the same song from before. Now it's cool, like, end of the dramatic cutscene music playing right now. And usually it's fine, like, in the base game itself, because you got people talking over it, but in this you don't, so... And now you know why I like having Solus at the end, because he shows up there regardless, but he's wearing his default outfit, and I wanted to wear his actual outfit. If you don't understand the implication to that, Solus is the one who gave Corypheus the orb, and that's what he means when he said it wasn't supposed to be this way. If you don't understand kind of like what happened from the end to the beginning to the end, when Solus says the orb is Elven and he knows about all the origins of this orb, it's literally because he gave Corypheus the orb after he woke up from... Or after he... I guess that's a bit of a spoiler, but... He gives Corypheus the orb, and... essentially as a way to get Corypheus to unlock its power, but Corypheus was supposed to die, and Corypheus wound up not dying, and then this whole thing happened. And... he was like, oh shit, this wasn't supposed to be this way, and then, well... you see what happens. Solus kinda gone fucked up. Because the game doesn't really, like, go into too much detail about that. You're kind of supposed to put the pieces together yourself. At least that bit. No! Oh my god. I was typing out the text for my stream schedule, and I totally just deleted it without... Oh my god. Okay. Do. No, oh my god, I'm trying to type it out on my phone, and I keep putting spaces, extra spaces instead of a comma, because the comma is right by the space button. Okay. And unfortunately, I do work in the morning, so it's better to try to end the stream before midnight. Because usually I like to try to stream closer to about 11:30, but... Okay, so... Okay, there's that, and that. One of the worst parts about making all these posts is actually typing out my, the tags on BlueSky. That's the most annoying part about it. 'Cause I gotta remember all of my usual tags. Okay, well I can say right here, right now, I have... Wait, okay. I have the schedule posted. And then I'll post it on Threads, and then that should be what I need to... No, paste it. There we go. Okay. And look at that. I have my stream schedule posted already. And that way I can just go the rest of these next few days just not worrying about it. Okay, it's also posted to my Instagram stories. Still gonna be weird already being done Inquisition, but that's fine. But since I don't want to finish Veilguard super early, there might be some weeks where I stream it twice in a week, but for the most part I'll just do it once. Because it's not as... I mean, with some of the extra dialogue it might be just as long as Inquisition, but... we'll see. Oh. Ah, paying attention. I have the audio muted on my end too, so I almost didn't pick up on it. There we go.
I knew you would come. You should not have given your orb to Corypheus, Red Wolf.
Dun dun
I was
dun.
too weak to unlock it after my slumber.
Oh, see, he tells you right here. I forgot he says it
Failure
right
was
here.
mine. I should pay the price. But the people...
Look at that.
need
I
me.
spoiled y'all right before the actual cutscene.
I am so sorry.
I am sorry as well, old friend.
You chased the cat, that's what you were doing. Jerk. Anyways, I forgot he says that at the end of the game, but now you all know. So now I can just do this save here. Okay. But yeah, because I do have to work in the morning, I will wrap this up, but next week on Tuesday will be like the actual like end of this playthrough, and then I'll start Veilguard. So I had a lot of fun, and next week, like I said, everything's settled. I already posted the schedule if you want to check that out. The ending of this game took a little less time than I thought, not even an hour, even with the cutscenes and the battling. It's amazing how short that actually was. But Anyways, I had a lot of fun. I hope you all had fun as well. I hope you'll have a good night, and bye-bye.